Let's go! Oh, let's go!
Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
I tell you, what a mess. Oh, I gotta play little detective. Like they got it where I gotta send videos. So I'm not like really tech savvy, so I gotta figure that out. But I'll figure those out once we get in the courtroom. But I tell you, I personally would have never thought that it was my neighbors. So back in it was like a couple months ago or so. We had my husband, he gets like custom made shirts from this guy named Amir James. Shout out to Amir James. And he had recently bought some, he'll get like tennis shoes and he'll send them the color so his shirt can be made to match exactly his Jordans. So the package, when it came, I'm sure it just came like in a white, package or whatever. And it was sitting outside of our door, but I never had any problem with thieves. So I really didn't run out to the door. So that was the first time that an item had been taken from us. And I'm like, well, they didn't even know what it was in there. And like, we call UPS, we call FedEx, whatever the case may be. So, all right, I'm like, okay, whatever. So we end up having to pay for another shirt. And mind you, the guy who made the shirt for him, shout out to Amir James, had threw in a couple extra custom made shirts, right? And y'all probably done seen me also with them, the shirts that say God's with the little G. That's him. Okay. So, all right, cool. So no problem. We buy it again. I'm like, I just don't even understand, because nowadays when people deliver to your house, they take a picture of your doormat. Doormat is very, I know my doormat. So, okay, cool. Can't even, what do you do with that? So that time the Ring camera, it didn't catch them. Because I wasn't paying for the Ring service. For them to keep it in history. Okay, so now we paying for the Ring service. So wait a minute. I can't listen to that in my ear. Wait a minute. It's trying to look at my videos because I'm trying to send it to I gotta send it to the officer. So I'm starting to pay for the program, right? And so I'm like, well, I had ordered from Amazon some stuff to go for my margarita, some straws and some other little knick-knack stuff, right? And even when you get your stuff delivered from Amazon, most likely they got it in a package. So I'm like, okay, well, Amazon, they know where we at. I'm ordering on there almost every day. So cool. I go out there, my stuff is gone. You know, Amazon real cool about it. Amazon like, all right, you ain't get your package at your door, we'll send you another one. Okay, cool, no problem. And I had an outfit in there too. So although we've been ordering stuff and stuff been coming up kind of missing, it wasn't really like we ain't see nothing. And so when packages would come, you know, and I just thought like he'd be just, you know, taking stuff to the extreme sometimes. I will admit that. He like, well, you know, and this is my husband. He like, well, you know, can you check and see what time the package is gonna come so you can be at the door waiting on it so they don't steal it? And you know, I'm like, you so exaggerating. Like, man, come on. We don't have no thieves. They just been dropping it off at the wrong place. You know, my naive self. Like, we don't have no thieves. I'm like, it was no reason. Like, they don't even know what we ordering. Why would they steal our stuff? Like, that don't make no sense. Okay. So, yes, on the 9th, I had a package to be delivered. And so, you know, of course, my husband like, did you get your outfit yet? Did you get your outfit yet? Did you get your stuff? Did you get your package? And I'm like, well, you know, I think they probably sent it to the mailbox because we got like a community mailbox, you know, when you come in through our gate. No, I'm not like Jim Mack where I got Secret Service and security, clearly, right? But you know, the regular gate community, go through the gate, and then it's like your mailboxes. And I'm like, oh no, they probably put the package right there because remember, no shade in my game, I ordered my outfit from Shein, and you know, I ordered it like a month ago. So I'm like, nah, you know, it's there. I'm gonna have the baby girl go over there to the, you know, the post office and go get it out of the thing. So I sent my baby over there. She like, well, mine's not there. So I'm like, okay, well, where's my package? So I'm like, okay, dang, you know, my stuff didn't cost that much. So I'm like, okay, you know, now but I don't have an outfit. But what am I to do? So I'm like, well, you know, all right, well, we got to figure something out. So I came home, and yesterday there was a note up under my doormat, and the neighbor across was like, can you check your Ring camera and see, I had some Walmart groceries delivered and they're not here. So I'm like, oh, let me check. I'm like, let me check. Let me see what we got going on. And I literally see the person go. I literally see the person go, take their stuff and come across. So everything that's sitting in front of somebody's house, saying, if it ain't nailed to the ground. So I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go look in my camera to see if they delivered the package to my house. So needless to say, go back in the Ring history, look at what time Shein said they delivered it. I see the picture. I'm like, oh, that is the house. Oh, okay, that's the mat. All right. I look down, I see it, and then I go to my Ring camera footage at the time. I see the delivery guy deliver the package without a problem. He sits it down, he takes pictures, boop, boop, boop. I can see him because he got all his photo session in. And then I see the neighbor, they walk across. He on the phone. I guess I didn't move fast enough to go get the package because I didn't know the package was there. That when he came back, he was like, it's like the stupidest shit. Like, okay, Smile, you on camera. Like, you don't see this camera here, but I guess because all the previous times that he has done it and has not got caught, he just gonna keep doing it, like doing it. So, needless to say, I talked to my neighbor. I talked to the police today, and I got an email over the ring footage because they want to see them, on camera. And I told them I want to name. I said if they not gonna break down the doors and go get my outfit today, then I just want to remain anonymous, right? And if they want me to help with prosecution, I will help with the prosecution team in regards to whatever they need to do because, like, yeah, you can't be running around here just stealing everybody's stuff. Like, I work every day like you. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I'm so pissed. My outfit's sitting right the fuck next door. Like, give me my shit, bitch. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I need that shit for tomorrow. Like, So I think I'm more mad about that. look like so I'm more mad about that part than anything else. Um and it's so funny because when I was on the phone with the police officer, they was like, okay, so I need you to email me the footage so I can be able to determine what we got here. I was like, well, yeah, I got them coming out. I got them bending down. I got them sitting up. I got them all types of ways. Which way you want? She was like, well, here, send it all over here to me because, we may be able to make this a big investigation, I was like, oh, shit, Crime Stoppers 101, Sweet Pea Gang. Here we go. So I guess, because we, on your Ring camera, I get a lot of alerts for other people's stuff that's been stolen. And so maybe because they may not know who he is when he walks away from their camera, but they might have sent it to the police or may have put it on neighborhood watch or whatever the case may be. So maybe they know. And maybe he been just going around the neighborhood and doing this. I wouldn't be surprised, guys, because I don't even think they got a job over here. I don't know how people live, but I don't know. I don't want to just, because maybe they work from home. So I don't know. I wish I could. I can't connect my camera to no doggone straight. You have to come down here. I'm in Arizona. I'm like, why would they do that? Like, that's so stupid. And the thing is that, so it was one point in time where I had my Alexa, it was like real, real loud and it would let me know. So I turned it down, right? And so every time my phone rings, it tells me like a person with two kids walking down the street. One has a lollipop, one has an ice cream cone. What you want to do with them? And so I started like ignoring them, right? So it tells me, but I just didn't like pay attention to it enough to like get out. And we might be on stream, and if I see the package to deliver, it's like no way in my mind would I think that with a Ring camera that somebody would be that foolish. Like, it's not just a Ring camera like off in the cut, like up on the shelf or anything like that. It's a Ring camera that as soon as you come up to the thing, is like right there on the door. Like I don't even understand it. No, I can't because I wanna press charges against them. Nope, I can't. And your girl Sweet Pea, y'all know I'm so like, when we get, like, okay, well, wait a minute now. Is this gonna put me in the snitch category? But shit, I want my damn office. I was telling a lady, like the police officer, like, I know she like, this girl keep talking about this damn outfit. Like, we not about to break down the doors for this outfit. But I'm hoping once I send her this video footage, like maybe they'll go knock on the door and was like, sir, we wanna search your property for some packages that have been reported, been stolen and been in this area. Cause I'm like, I really want my outfit. Do they return my outfit back? And then I'm like, well, fuck, now my outfit is evidence. Oh, the Sheen outfit is evidence now. Oh my gosh. Who would have known? I'm like, they not even gonna probably get my shit back. You think? Oh my goodness. Why? What do you want me to do? I'm big mad over here. You not stopping to add it to their videos they post. Wait, I'm reading everybody thing. Oh, wait a minute. You saying I'm big mad here. You not stomping next door right now. What you want me to do? Please tell me. What you want me to do? I don't want to go over there. What I'm gonna go over there for? For what? No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a victim statement, and they asked me if I would help them with prosecuting them, and I am going to be prosecuting them, and that's it. Like I don't know. I don't know. It's nothing for me to go over there and do. I don't want to. I don't want to get shot. I don't want to get harmed. I don't want to get hurt. And no, I don't want to be friends with them. I don't want to go over there and act nicely. It's apparently that they are thieves and they have been stealing from people. It's just not me. It's also my neighbors across the street. So I go over there and I say, hey, can you please return my stolen item, my outfit that you did, yes, that you took from me yesterday? I need it. Then what? They are still stealing from the neighbors. They are still stealing from everybody else. So it's no reason for me to go over there and ask for my outfit for what? Yeah, they'll give back to me or they'll deny, and then what? Like, then they'll know. And what if they want to retaliate against me? Nah, I'm not going over there. Nope, not at all. But what I will do is I will continue to report it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't put nothing past nobody. That's one thing that y'all would know about me, baby. I don't put nothing past nobody. Nobody. No, so I ain't putting nothing past them. And my thing is that it's not just me involved in this. Like they stealing from other neighbors, so it ain't just me. So, what I or knock over there and say, hey, I think you accidentally bent down, slid my package up under your shoulder, and walked off with it. Like, no. Now, what I will say is like the mister, he probably not as settled as me, but he like is taking everything he got, not to do with things that he want to do. But considering that y'all know what kind of world we living in today, like and we can carry weapons down here. Nah, I ain't doing that. Especially they know they thieving. Like they bold enough to do it in front of my ring camera. So basically, they basically telling me, "Fuck you. We're gonna take your shit. We're gonna steal this shit over here. We're gonna steal all this shit, and we're gonna walk right next door to our house and put it in our house." I'm not messing with people like that. Nope. Girl, bye. I ain't going to say nothing to them. I'm not going to say not one thing because they gonna continue to do it. It don't matter. They gonna probably deny, and they gonna continue to do it. What about the lady stuff next door? What about all the other stuff? What about everything else that's going on in this neighborhood? So nope, not going over there. I don't know. He's searching for something else. You say you'll be the type to get angry and go over there? Nah. Would you say accidents happen all the time? Yeah, it's just a problem that they knocking on everybody. They stealing everybody thing. Um, yeah, my husband working on finding something else. He real creative with stuff, so he'll find something else. I had They had stole my other outfit, but I had ordered it from Amazon. So they Amazon had resent it. It just wasn't the outfit that he wanted to see me in. So he had bought me something different. But he'll figure it out. Shit, I don't know. Or he gonna change it all up. He'll figure it out. He will figure it out. Yeah, but what about the people across the hall that they stuff and got stolen? I'm mad at them. Like, so thirsty. They so thirsty. So I do got to get the ring camera footage over here to the officer so she can start. Maybe she'll go get my package back. She asked me to send the stuff over there. Yeah, it's tomorrow. Yeah, real happy. Up everywhere we go. Yep, everywhere you go. Yep, everywhere we go. And it, yep, that's who. Yep. Yeah, you will definitely know that we belong together. That's what I can definitely tell you. Oh man. Yeah, you will definitely know that we belong together. So if he got one design on him, then it could be just a little patch. I may have a whole dress with the entire design on. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah, he definitely a matchy, but that's his. He put us right together. So he in there working on it. That's what I could tell you. I was like, you got to figure something out, and it's all crazy because we like wearing like this. What we were, I don't know, like this fiery orange, like kind of like Iron Man kind of thing. Wait a minute, let me see if I can show y'all. I'm so pissed. Like I don't even know how to figure it. Where's my outfit? I might need to go knock on their door, bastard. So this is my outfit that I was supposed to be wearing. I gotta figure out like how to get. mm, I gotta figure out and like she ain't even gonna be able to wear it. Like what the? Like she ain't got nowhere to go. Can we agree on that? She ain't got nowhere to go. Wait a minute, I'm gonna show y'all. I might need to go knock on their door. Maybe before the police come. They not. I don't know if they coming out here. I'm gonna find. I'm gonna ask the police officer if they can go get my stuff. Yep, it's my outfit. Well, was my outfit. Now I don't know what now, but that was the fit. That was the fit. I just put it on the screen. So I put it on the thing. You can't see it. It must ain't pulled up on y'all end. Y'all don't see it. I just share my screen. I know, right? For real, it was gonna be fire. Oh gosh. Oh. Yep. And let me see. I don't have no business. Yep, that was my outfit, and I can TV show y'all. Look, I know that this is part of his outfit, and I know those is the shoes that my husband was wearing, and I don't know. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I got to figure it out. To be continued. I got another little outfit, but it don't have as much. It don't match it as well as this. So nah, his stuff here. I mean, what stuff he ordered because he was making me go to the door. Go to the door, get my stuff. Get my stuff before they steal it. Okay. Let me get us into this trial so I can email these photos over here to this lady and see what we got going on in regards to retrieving. It is Operation Rescue Sweet Pea's outfit. That's what we're going to be on today. So I'm going to get us into the courtroom so we can start listening to this. And then I am going to get these pictures over here to the cops so she can send me over whatever she needs to send me so I can get started and see if they're going to help me out and knock on these people's door. I don't know. The lady was telling me because I was like, well, they don't even know what I have in the package. She said 9 times out of 10, they sell the stuff. So I don't even know if they're going to still have it. I don't know. I don't even know. They'll probably deny it. That's my thing. Like, they're not gonna be truthful. They gonna deny, and I know they're gonna deny because of who they are. But okay, here we go, guys. We are on day 5 of our boat trial. All right, let's see what we got with Crybaby up in here. Crybaby.
Any of that, its accuracy or anything along those lines.
Is that going to be the witness that you have for Monday?
Correct.
So,
And I anticipate introducing all of those videos through him, but Lieutenant Thompson can't vouch for anything other than this is the route that I took.
okay. Well, it could be subject to being leaked at this point from Lieutenant Thompson, or it could be addressed, I guess, with your last witness on Monday. I don't know. I'm not sure what would this defense be asking. Because I prefer not to have to bring back Lieutenant Thompson, and it would just be with that caveat. I mean, it's.
I don't know what the state's intentions are this morning with this particular FWC reconstruction to begin with. Regardless, as Your Honor pointed out, we can certainly link this up on Monday through Albert. See if that's an issue.
That's fine too. That's fine. So, but either way, I would accept it subject to link, or that might, I don't know if that would be confusing or not. So I'll leave it all to you on that, because that was the one issue I wanted to make sure I was right. Is there anything else we have to go on this check? And I'm not sure if all the jurors were here yet, but is there anything else you'd like me to address before we go to jury?
Yes, Judge. I have transcripts ready for the jurors to follow along for when the lieutenant testifies about the defendant's statements that are on body worn camera. So I've turned them over to the defense, but I can, at the time when we're going to be publishing these, I'll pass out the transcripts.
Is that Mr. Boyce pass those out?
Either way.
And do you have an extra copy?
I didn't want to kill too many trees. These were all sent.
You email it?
Yes,
Yeah, email would be great.
but these are exactly the same as from the motion to dismiss. The only difference is that per the defense request, any reference to the defendant's decision not to provide voluntary sample of his blood was all redacted, both from the transcript as well as the body.
And I want to make sure that you have reviewed that and confirmed. Okay. Was there an extra copy or not?
Yes.
Was it just the
No.
Let me check with Renee now on this one.
This doesn't go Tuesday. Take your seat.
So please step forward, face the clerk, and raise your right hand to be
Do
sworn.
you swear affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Smile, you're on seat, thank you. Please keep your voice loud and clear into the microphone. And you know it's pointed one way, the jury's this way, so keep your voice a little extra loud.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Officer Lieutenant William Thompson. I work for the FWC,
How long have you worked for, well, FWC stands for what?
Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission,
How long have you worked for FWC?
since 2017.
I want to call your attention to the date of September 4th, 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Was it a holiday weekend?
It was.
Did your agency have an increased number of officers out there?
It did.
Why?
Holiday weekend hired boat traffic around the area.
On that day, did you meet a person by the name of George Pino?
I did.
Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark sports coat with a blue tie.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant.
Stipulation.
So identify.
Did you know him prior to that day?
I did not.
Did you have a chance to speak with him at a place called Elliott Key Harbor?
I did.
Initially, do you have a brief exchange with him while he's still on a police boat?
I did.
What was the purpose of that interchange?
To identify the operator of a vessel that was involved in an accident.
About what time was it that you came into contact with him?
Around,
If you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
I like to use my notes to look at time, please.
Just review your notes if you would, sir. Don't read from them. Look up after you review that.
Around 6:37 p.m.
That's when you spoke with him?
at Elliott Key, correct. Prior to that, around 6:20-ish.
Okay. Now, did you at Elliott Key?
I'm having a hard time hearing. Apologize.
At Elliott Key, did you speak with him about trying to figure out whose boat it was and where it was trailered?
Yes,
Okay, and what time is that?
that is at 6:37 p.m.
Was your interaction with him while he was on the boat at Elliott Key recorded on your body worn camera?
It was.
Did you have an opportunity to review with me a jump drive that has a number of clips from your body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 5H. Lieutenant, do you recognize any writing on this exhibit?
I do.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that signify that you've watched the contents of this clip and it accurately depicts portions of your body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 5H for identification and evidence.
Judge, prior to our subject, prior to this.
Some prior objection admitted.
5H, Bills marked for identification becomes a state exhibit 98.
Lieutenant, the first clip that's on here, is that you speaking with him on a boat at Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it daylight or nighttime at that time?
Nighttime,
Do you remember about what time it was?
8:16 p.m.
So you actually authenticated 2 videos with me this morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on one second. Grab the other one.
Where are these, what is the exhibit number, please?
98.
90, thank you.
For the record, I'm showing council now states 5G. Lieutenant, same question. I showed you 2 jump drives this morning. Can you take a look and tell me if you recognize initials on this?
I do.
And is this going to be the clips of your actual body worn camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the other one, does that have to do with another issue that we're going to talk about in a bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I move states 5G for identification and evidence.
Subject to prior.
Subject to prior objection amended.
5G mark for identification becomes a state exhibit 99 in evidence.
For the record, the state will not publish the statement that's labeled 1, statement 1. And Your Honor, I have the transcripts for the jurors to follow along.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be handed some transcripts. This is for your use to follow the video evidence. These transcripts are not in evidence. The video is the evidence.
Judge, do you need one?
I have. Thank you.
Just where'd you launch from? Okay, all right, so where'd you launch? Where's the boat belong? Oh, Bush Reef. Facilities out of Bush Reef. So we're going back, we're going through the channel, and there was 3 sitting in the back. Yes, correct. We're going by. You leave the boat in the water Bush Reef or is it on a trailer? So I turned back to look. Okay, so girls sitting at the back seat of the boat. I got 5, 6 in the front, my wife in the middle, and we were coming, and I approached the waves, and first thing I always do, the boat in, I was looking at the girls, and just to make sure they were good for the sitting on the back, and the next thing I know, I hit the wave, and I tried to sway, and the right side of the boat, the left side of the boat, hit the pipe. Right. So, do you have a trailer for that boat? The boat goes back to Ocean Reef, and it's in a rack. Okay. So usually I drive it back. Park on the thing that lifts it up. You got any more of the 3 that were on the No, they're still, where are they? They're going to, Riders most likely. One of the hospitals up in Miami. There's one closest. I mean, we'll keep you updated as we go along. Okay. We'll keep you updated as we go along there. Go ahead and get the captain's name and the birth.
Lieutenant, it appears that when you have this initial interchange with the defendant while he's on that boat, are you asking him how the boating crash happened?
No, ma'am.
What are you trying to get information about at that point?
So I'm trying to figure out where the vessel comes from, see if it has a trailer, because we have an active scene out there. There's a boat drifting. It could become a navigational hazard. So at that moment, I'm trying to see if there's a trailer. I have people on land trying to coordinate on how to get that boat out of the water so it's not in the way of other boat traffic. So if he has his own trailer, the goal is to use his trailer to transport that boat.
So when he's telling you about some other boat or something, that's not what you were there to find out from him.
No, ma'am.
He's just spontaneously telling you those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was at about 8:16 in the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you speak with the defendant again a little later that same evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also at Elliott Key Harbor?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the next time that you have interaction with him?
At 8:59 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you were doing? Well, when did you finish that little brief conversation with him?
8:18.
Okay. So from 8:18 to 8:59, almost 45 minutes or so, can you tell the members of the jury, are you having any interaction with George Pino?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then at 8:59, you then wind up speaking with him again, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it recording that interaction with him?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, do you have any sense that he's committed a criminal offense?
No, ma'am.
Was he allowed to interact with his daughter and the other girls that had been brought to Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am. It was encouraged.
Now, when you speak with him this second time, can you tell the jurors, what was your aim?
Second time I spoke to him was to conduct a boating accident investigation. So I wanted to sit down with him and get the specifics of what he remembered that happened or occurred during that time.
Where is it that you speak with him?
At a park bench.
Okay. Were there other officers around you?
No, ma'am, not that time.
Did you raise your voice to him?
No, ma'am.
Did you order him around?
No, ma'am.
Was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Did he require any assistance to walk to that picnic table?
No, ma'am.
Was he responsive to you when you asked him questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you understand what he was saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wear your body-worn camera on that night, the same place where we see it right now on your uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's basically at chest level.
Yes, ma'am.
When you're seated opposite the defendant and recording this interview, do you see his face?
No, ma'am. You see his chest, if anything.
During that interaction with him, did you ever ask if he'd been drinking alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Does he tell you anything about drinking alcohol?
He does.
What does he say?
He tells me that he had 2 beers.
During that interview, do you make arrangements for fire rescue workers to come over and check him out, make sure he's okay?
Yes, ma'am. He was bleeding from the elbow. I wanted to make sure that he was okay, so I had fire rescue take a look at him.
All right. For the record, I'm not going to publish the statement on the state's evidence, style 2, statement 2.
Counsel, did you have?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me also add to the explanation about transcripts. Again, you know, here are recorded conversations, recordings are the evidence, transcripts are given to you to help you follow along. Transcripts are not in evidence. If there is any discrepancy between what you see on the transcripts and what you hear in the recorded conversation, you must rely on what you hear in the recorded conversation as the evidence. All right? This will apply the instruction I just gave you to all of the recorded conversations you're about to hear.
And Judge, so we can preserve pretrial motions related to the subject matter of the witness's
Yes, sir.
testimony.
Preserve for the record.
time someone says something gets lighthearted, that's funny. So, right now, I want to leave my office just getting to the hospital. So, we all went to the same spot, my office, medical staff, won't give an update until my guys get there. They won't go to the pharmacy, they'll know who's actually calling. So, my guys are about 10, 15 minutes away. Everyone is over there. Oh, that's the. So, all the girls, they're over there, there's someone there. There's someone who's over there. No, there's somewhere there. All those girls are fine. They're a little bit before the accident. So, as of right now, last I had an update was, she's conscious, but she's good. She's saying she's all right. That was the last note I had. I'm not going to have on anybody. I was hollow butt from all over Sandbar. So, someone told me that when the girl that was on the family, we were there, I don't know if my wife, the girl, I'm still getting all the pieces of it. I don't know.
Your Honor, would the court please read the instruction to the jury regarding?
Edited recordings.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had read it to you yesterday, the other day. There may be portions of these recordings that have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions, okay, that would not add to your understanding of this case. Please, that should not concern you in terms of how you evaluate the evidence. And it must not impact you as to how you view or consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
We'll come back to this. Let's do that. No, I don't. I need to get that. Look at. Hey, well, what do you guys do in fire rescue? He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. What do you guys do grabbing fire rescue? Yeah, we're taxed for the vote. We should be able to talk about it. I'm gonna fire rescue. How many hours to get, what hours, how many hours I don't know. All year pretty much? How long have you been voting all together? You have all this equipment on the road, right? Yeah, I'm actually checking because I have some people already there, which I have places. So, we have, and you're the only owner of that boat, put all the hours on it, into that channel. I was concerned when we were going through there, because it was too many. Over top. The wheel walk, I was my mind. Two girls were on the back. We were going through the last marker. When the boat going through the waves, I was veered to the right, so cut into the waves. Okay. I don't know. Okay. How do I do the waves? And I know that it's a waves, I look back at the two girls. That was good. Okay. And I was a little concerned. I told my wife, watch, I didn't remember exactly what it was. It was vocal, pretty sure it was vocal, and there. Okay. So I turned around and I said, hey guys, watch out, hold on, I'm trying to get you guys on the back, as they walk around, they're right on the back. And as soon as I said it, I was going through the wave, and I looked, and the wheel, I guess when I did one of the waves, the wheel turned a little bit. Okay. A little bit as I was coming back in. I lost a little control. I think I got sure. Okay. And it was I'm pretty sure it was the left side of the boat that skidded. The left side of the boat, mine came in the front. Trying to put away from me. Okay, once you got checked, you came up, what did you see around? Then you go in, exactly. It's around you. Probably because it was very scary. Because I got up, so I couldn't believe what had happened. Saw some people floating, yellow, recognized some of them. He said, here. And then I immediately went back to see them. In my head, I got hurt. It was not a TV. Okay. And I was shaking out already. Got just got her, pulled her up, and there was a boat that stopped. She's out. Just to be okay. River. And all right, so the people that actually over came, got and then I wasn't sure there was more people. And then I get back up, and I go out, a little bit out of breath. And then two more people. And they're like, yeah, that's right, I did that. Come on in. it's fun twice as hard. I've got control loss. I would like one of those. I'll get a form, we'll sign that. No, that's what I really want to get. I want to know what caused the accident. So we'll sign that, and then right now, we're pulling the boat out ourselves. We're gonna take it to our. I'm just not, I can't not tell you about these things. I just want to pull it out now. Yeah, we're pulling it out now, we're gonna put it on a trailer, we're gonna walk behind a gate at my office. There's a bunch of purses and stuff in there. That's why we did it toward the search too, so I can get all the purses, all the bags, all the personal belongings out there too. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be there. Everyone's personal belongings. Let me get the paper and pad, so I can write down what the top feels like. So I walk there. And then in a minute, I'm going to ask for a written statement from you and then a seating chart of where everybody to recollection is sitting on the boat. That'll be a minute. Real quick, we're going to go get that one form. You want to go talk to your daughter real quick? You want to walk to? I'll be back. I'll find what's here. Over top.
What time did you stop speaking with the defendant to go and get some other forms?
9:13 p.m.
The recording that we just heard, is that exactly the way that you and the defendant were interacting with each other?
Yes.
At the time that you're talking with him, is he showing any overt signs of being impaired by alcohol?
No.
Is he being cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, is he volunteering to give you information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he express any kind of concern for the people that were his passengers?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it seem legitimate?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time, when you're speaking with George Pino, do you have any idea what his GPS is going to tell you?
No, ma'am.
At that moment in time, are you thinking in any way that he's a criminal suspect?
No, ma'am.
At that time, when he gave you this, explanation that there was some other vessel that caused this crash, did you have any reason at that moment to doubt what he was saying to you?
No, ma'am.
So at the end of that exchange, do you then wind up ultimately maybe talking with some colleagues, but then getting papers that you needed?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the papers that you needed?
Consent to search form.
Okay. What's a consent to search form?
It's a voluntary form that the individual signed to give us access to look at whatever we put on it. So GPSs, hatches, engine data, just so we can do a thorough investigation to look over the boat.
Now, while you went to go get these papers, where is the defendant?
He is still on the island. He's checking on the girls. He's talking to other people all around him.
Is he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Are the police officers on either side of him escorting him around?
No, ma'am.
Is he able to wander around freely with the other girls that were there?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were you gone?
I was gone for roughly 20 minutes
Okay. Where was it that you had to go to get these papers?
to my patrol vessel.
Is that basically your, I don't know, like a floating office for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you step away from the defendant, do you mute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain why?
We mute our microphones when we're not discussing anything with the public. We're speaking to other colleagues, law enforcement, first responders, might be sensitive subjects, sensitive matters. So we have the ability to mute it when we're speaking to other law enforcement, not the public.
Was it your intention when you re-engaged with the defendant to unmute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you forget to do that right off the bat?
I did.
Okay. But did you at some point during that second interchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did your body worn camera capture some images of the defendant while he was interacting with the other girls and on that island?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that one of the clips that you reviewed earlier this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm going to be publishing the clip in 3 Elliott Key Marlin. No, you don't. After this. And at this time, is your microphone on mute?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any bandages on his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
On his head.
You want to make the witness have permission to step down for a moment?
Yes. Can you give us up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, are you conversing with your colleague?
I am.
That person you just saw with the item on his head, who's that?
That's Mr. Pino.
Lieutenant, at one point, you see on your body worn camera what looks to be like the top of a clipboard or something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jurors, what is it that you're holding in your hand?
So that clipboard is where I keep a lot of the documents, such as consent to search forms, written statements. It's so I don't have to go back and forth from my vote to Mr. Pino, trying to bring all the paperwork in, so we can sit down and take care of everything.
Can you describe what it looks like?
Yeah, it's a plastic, looks like a folder, your clipboard on top, and on the inside it has a hollow, so I can follow paperwork in there, so the elements like the sun, rain can't get to the paper.
After that 20-minute or so period of time when you had gone to go get these additional papers in your clipboard of sorts, do you communicate again with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you make contact with him?
He's sitting on a bench with two young ladies that were passengers of the vessel. I asked him if he'd come back over to the park bench that we spoke at earlier.
And what was his reaction?
Cooperative.
Did you have to entice him to come with you?
No, ma'am.
He just instantly said, okay, no problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to assist him at this point walking over to the table?
No, ma'am.
When you are with him at that table, is your body worn camera still recording?
Still video recording.
But what about audio?
No, it is not.
Okay. Did you, in fact, show to the defendant a form called the consent to search form?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm showing counsel states 1P for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 1P. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have your handwriting on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this an enlarged copy of the consent to search that you showed to the defendant on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I move states 1P for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1P, marked for identification, becomes State Exhibit 100 in evidence.
Lieutenant, would you please read what is on that consent to search form?
It says, I, George Pino, owner, operator of fishing vessel, documentation DO 1294732, having been informed of my constitutional rights to not have a search of my property hereinafter mentioned without a search warrant and my right to refuse to consent to such a search, do voluntarily consent to search the following equipment: GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. The above equipment may be searched for all data, including but not limited to waypoints, track lines, marks, routes, events, position data, and dates by special agents or officers of the FCC. Technical assistance such as authorized dealers, technicians, or manufacturers' technicians, or other FWCC enforcement designees. I further understand that anything or any article that may be found during the search may be used as evidence against me in any criminal or civil trial.
Your Honor, may the witness step down again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, first off, who fills out the name George Pino up here? And what is this documentation number?
Documentation is an identifier of the vessel that Mr. Pino is operating. It's a federal documentation number stated in a different way, but that's federal documentation. Identifier of the vessel.
Speaking of that vessel, was it in fact taken out of the water that night?
It was not taken out that night.
It took a day or two to get it out.
Yes, sir.
Now I see under here, I voluntarily consent to search of the following equipment. We see GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. Who wrote that in?
I did.
At the bottom, I see a signature. Who wrote that signature?
The defendant.
Okay. And what was the date and the time that this was signed?
9/4/2022 at 21:31 hours, which is 9:31 p.m.
Okay, and then down here, the name of the person giving permission. Who wrote that?
I did.
And I see name of person with missing signature. Who's that?
That would be me.
And did you fill out your name?
I did.
Below that, it asks address and telephone number of person giving permission. Who wrote that information?
I did.
And at the bottom, again, there's another signature of person giving permission. Who wrote that signature?
The defendant.
And then the signature of the person witnessing permission?
That would be my signature.
Okay, thank you. Once the defendant gave you his permission for you to search his vessel, did you then advise him of what's commonly referred to as his Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain to the jury why you did that?
The reason I advised him of his Miranda rights was just in case he says something along the lines of, I had a copious amount of drugs in my system, I drank something, I did this on purpose. I want to make sure that he's advised of his rights before he makes any such comment like that.
Was he under arrest at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
No handcuffs on him?
No, ma'am.
No physical force used against him, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In order to advise him of his Miranda rights, did you have handy with you what's commonly referred to, I think, as a Miranda card?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jurors what's a Miranda card?
It's a state-issued piece of plastic that we usually keep in our vest or in our pocket on our person. It has the Miranda warnings written onto it with a couple questions on the back end to ask the individual that we're reading the rights to.
showing council states 5R for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 5R. Is this a photocopy of the Miranda card
Yes, ma'am.
that you would have advised the defendant with?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move states 5R for identification and evidence.
Judge, just we want to preserve all the prior objections, including the pretrial motions to this area.
Absolutely it is, and no objection. admitted.
I mean, we just had a standing objection, so I don't need to.
Sure, no problem.
5R, mark for identification, becomes a state exhibit 101.
Lieutenant, would you read from this document what you read to the defendant in the same type of tone that you read it to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. If you consent to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand each of these rights? With these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Okay. Did the defendant ever tell you, no, I am not willing to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
So he's still being cooperative with what he's up there to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, I have 2 pages here. Is the actual card, like, there's printing on the front and the back?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point while you're advising the defendant of his rights, do you remember, oh gosh, I forgot to turn on my microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you turn it on right then and there?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you hit the microphone on your camera, is the remainder of that exchange with the defendant recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I am now publishing the clip that is titled 4, Statement 3. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down again?
Yes.
Lieutenant, what are we looking at right now?
My patrol desk.
Is this where you went to retrieve that consent form?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact start filling it out?
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
That's the clipboard you described for us?
Yes, ma'am.
saw a young person with a life jacket. Was that one of the girls that had been brought back?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the defendant in this group here?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a little blurry, but as we approach. Who was he interacting with at that point?
To the passengers in the vessel.
Was there anybody from fire rescue with him also?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's this?
I have to look at my notes.
I'm sorry, can't hear you, sir.
Sorry.
I said I can look at my notes. It's one of the passengers.
On this officer here, you see a green light on his light on camera. What does that tell you about covert on or covert off?
It means covert's off. That's when you can see that blinking light I was talking about earlier, that can be distraction. You have the ability to cover that up. So the don't blink the light, now you covert is on.
Is that the form that we see in the bottom of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, that's the consent search form.
Was it rocky up there?
It was.
Is this the picnic table at which you speaking with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, is he actually walking with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you guys side by side?
Not directly side by side.
But we can't see him because he's not in the field of view.
Correct.
What are you doing at this point?
Just describing to the consent search form and giving him his instructions with it.
you're going over this form, the consent to search form. Is he giving you any impression that he's impaired by alcohol?
No, ma'am.
At this point, has the defendant signed that consent form?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you now start to transition into beginning to get ready to read him his rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the bottom part of the screen, are we going to see a little bit of that card that you were using?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it there? It's actually towards the top of the
Is it
screen.
right to talk to the lawyer, have the president, the lawyer, any question, for the item of the appointed representative, any question if you wish, consent to answer any questions now, without a lawyer present, the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights? Would you have any rights in mind, we wish to talk? I have to do different things. I have to go to the exit report, and I have to do our injuries. So just in case you say something along the line of like you're about to drop or something like that, expect me to try. I have to read your rights. It's your right as a U.S. citizen. I have to read it. Which answers my question. I know. I just something. No. I am not. We can talk at any time, but I mean, I have to do everything I can do. I have to do my steps. But I do need for you the statement here is pretty much what you told me would happen on a statement. And on the back, I need a picture of the seating arrangement. $200. I know the seating arrangement. have a work number? Does it say? Okay. I'll try to get as much lines as possible. But pretty much where you were, like what you told me, where you were going, how fast you're going, what happened in the wake to the college, and write as best you can. I know you're not going to give me a well-written book, just the best of your knowledge. And then how long have you been driving that boat? How long have you been driving boats? That you check your safety. Everything is over. Check your safety. Every single thing. Go to write all that, please. This is the last thing. No, that's fine. That's fine. Right. So, what's the first thing you want? The diagram? That we'll do that on the back. We'll flip it over and we'll just draw it out. Give me from before the accident, so we were going. The best is not true, correct? It is true. You know the policy number. I didn't want to. It is insured. You are the policy number. The policy.
Lieutenant, hear somebody say 9112?
Correct.
What's 9112?
That's my call sign.
Okay, can you explain to the jurors real quick, like, how it is when you're communicating on police radio?
So we communicate via call sign, so every unit, every supervisor has a different number, so what you're hearing.
Stand if you want to.
So what you're hearing there is, that was a supervisor that was on land asking about the insurance company for the vessel that was in the accident. The reason for that is, we're trying to get that boat floated and get it to land, and it costs a lot of money to get that done. So what he's working on, while I'm speaking to the defendant, is getting the towboat or seaboat we usually use to get out there and go through their insurance, so it doesn't cost our agency the money to get that floated.
LTV vessel is insured. It's through Progressive.
What does LT mean?
Lieutenant.
What is it that the defendant is doing right now?
He's filling out a sworn written statement.
Did he seem to have any difficulty writing this statement?
No, no.
it's 100 miles per hour, but I would say I usually get out of Phillips Point or like, and to build one street home, 35 miles an hour, only like 43, right at that. What is that equivalent of that? Depends on how much props you have, how many you have. You have 2 bedrooms, 225. You have 14 people on. Well, there's some, that's why I want to look into the agency, see what they're pushing, what the output, what your different props are. I believe. And then you put it through your experience on, right? Let's ahead with that one, please. Okay, and then how much experience you have driving that exactly? More, you're good. That's just put like an initial or the best you can. First and last name is like a dot, and then put an initial first and last name. That's the seating chart you can. Ballot road, center console where your wife works. Right here. Lots of ways. Put your wife and your name here. Here. Everybody else, here, put all legs all here, all over that surface here. Oh, and then you go, whether you're sit on this, you're gonna always sit on this. Because I'm standing in here and the concrete and it's hard to see. That's why the guys they're facing is the girls did the same thing for us. They had a better knowledge of where they were sitting up front. I was just not going to get yeah. But I'll do the best I can. Okay. I'm going to make sure I know. I'll do it best I can. Yeah. I mean, do they remember this or my? They did not sit. No, they only, the girls up here knew where they were all sitting. So they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know it was back here. I know that. Yeah. And the 3 individuals that were taken, the wife and 2 girls, which ones they were. So you know, it's Lucy. Lucy's up front. Yeah. Okay. Lucy got it. So Lucy got the other 2 girls right here. Okay. And she got taken. So it's, if you like, got these. And then go over the right here. Go forward. I mean, got the Lucy road. Yeah. I'm going forward. So it's over here. So I'm going to see it here. You don't have to go around. You just want to do it. I want to get you first before I let you go. I just want to make sure that your wife is at Jackson South, so I don't send you to the wall. Yes. But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? Can I get you to say that?
2 questions. First off, at that moment, when you say to the defendant, I want to send you to the right place, you can stand up. were you signifying to him, like, you're not gonna keep him in custody?
No, I wanted to make sure he got back to his wife. He's worried about everybody that was injured, specifically his wife. Yes.
Okay, now, just back this up about 10 seconds. I'm gonna ask you.
Chastity stuff, so I don't send it to the wall. But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? I mean, yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted to swear people in to tell the truth?
I am.
Let me know. You want me to try to put the initials of I remember, because I do remember. We'll come back to that. I'm looking at it. We'll come back to it in a couple days. I can put it, sure, I want to get you wife. I don't want to change up. I don't know what I remember, because there were so many times I remember. So, in honor of here, CB, here. And then, really? I don't remember. I mean, I know they were up here. I'm gonna ask you to write one more thing for me so I don't forget it. After the accident happened, you went on the road. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I don't recall if she was like under or she was right next to me. It was so crazy. Because you're right, which individual? Yeah, I was pretty sure. Right there. Right, that after accident, I found Lucy and supported Lucy or whatever. Yeah, I helped Lucy. It was like, she may have come out of that boat right when I was gonna go under. And when I went under, she was like right next to me. And I think because I got into the boat where the cockpit was. First, in this area. So the boat's upside down. Here, and I was here. Right? I saw everybody over here floating. Where, if she wasn't in the boat, where was she by the damaged area of the boat? It was like, I would say, could you put like a little dot right there for me? Put just her initials. She's not, she's fine, that's fine. And then the boat came. Yep. And then they left. And then I stayed. And that boat just took Lucy? And then I continued swimming, looking for me. And then it came out, and everybody was over there. So I was, you can see everybody was there. And a guy and a girl came. So Lucy went, Lucy was the only one who went the first one. And then the other two went, and then Lucy went with the other one. So that goes, I don't, that's fine. Will you write that I saw they were ready to be. Can you write that I was swam up to Lucy and I stayed with Lucy until boat came? Can you write that one, please?
ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to take very, actually, just one. If we can just go, how much longer do you want to do it? Okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put the, just go there. We're gonna take a break in about another 30 minutes. So if there's one juror, that's fine. Send one juror back. Just sit there a minute.
May we approach while this is going on?
Am I supposed to record on this?
That would be
Yes.
helpful, yeah.
All right. Court is still in session, thank you.
Sidebar. Y'all see how every time when they have a sidebar or they have doing something on the side, she got to carry all her whole workstation?
I'm showing you now states 5.
Be over that.
Record I'm showing counsel now states 5I for identification.
Y'all want to know a fun fact? Officer Thompson is actually the officer that kept politely, and I do want to stress politely, asking Mr. Pino if he wants to take a drug, breathalyzer. He's the one that was doing this. Why is he still in a uniform? I don't know. I guess you don't fire people because they do stuff wrong. I don't know. When do you? I don't know. I guess maybe they just, I don't know. Did he get demoted or anything? Yeah, so this is the actual cop that from the Florida wildlife that actually was like, Mr. Pino, would you like to would you like, hey Billy, would you ever so mind, sir, would you like to give us some blood so we can check your alcohol levels? Mr. Pino like, no. So he came back about a little bit later and he was like, Mr. Pino, I just want to ask you one more time. I know we got this horrible accident. Where everybody then been overboard. And we're not talking about Overboard the movie. We are talking about Overboard. We got one girl that has been life flighted. We got you with a ding upside your head. We got another girl that has been life flighted. But Mr. Pino, I want to ask you. I know you told me that you only had 2 beers, but it's definitely your choice. So we're going to run through this one more time. Would you like for us to take a blood sample today? No. Now, mind you, with those circumstances around there, Mr. Thompson, officiant of the law, why are you not contacting the proper chain of command and saying, hey, look, we got this going on. I would like to get a sample. I asked Mr. Pino twice. He declined. But I feel just because, remember, we only get one shot. Like Eminem said, you only get one shot at this. Why not just take it? Why not go through the proper chains of command? Because they got a prosecutor or attorney or judge that's on call 24/7, y'all. That he could have called in order to get this completed and make sure that he got the sample. But he did not. So here we are now with Mr. Thompson on the line. I just had to read his thing to kind of tell from his body camera what was going on. So yeah, I guess he's the one.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you now states 5I for identification. You indicated something about on the back of the form, something was gonna be drafted.
Yeah, seating chart.
Okay, and does this show both the front and the back of the original?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, Judge, the state would move states 5I for identification and evidence.
Some objections?
Same objection.
I didn't know what kind of objection.
5I, Marked ID, becomes State Exhibit 103.
Lieutenant, did you actually get to witness with your own eyes as the defendant was filling this out?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to explain to the jurors what the various writings on here
Yes, ma'am.
were done?
Give me a second.
This is your picture of a vote.
Yes,
How long have you been voting?
almost all my life.
Okay. Can you walk us through, what was it that the defendant was explaining to you with this diagram?
I asked him to use initials, first name and last name of people that were on the vote. The goal was trying to find the actual scene chart where everybody was on the vote and see if he had any limits of it. So as you can see, he put GP for himself, for Pino, CP for Ceci Pino, his wife. In the back he has Mia and Sarah. Then up here he gets KP and CP, Coco and Kasi.
About 2 days after your interaction with George Pino at Elliott Key, was it the case that that boat that was involved in this crash was salvaged from the water?
It was.
Did you, after it was salvaged from the water, conduct what's known as an inventory search of that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors, what is an inventory search?
Inventory search are used to find any valuables, watches, high valuable things to make sure they're on the boat. We're looking for safety gear. We have the consent to search, so we're looking through personal belongings, hatches, GPSs, the engines, trying to figure out what happened on that day.
In the course of that search, did you take photographs of the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm going to counsel states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Lieutenant, showing you states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Do these fairly and accurately depict the vessel once it had been salvaged and you were conducting your inventory search?
Yes, ma'am.
The state removed the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
Subject to prior objection, Judge.
No objection?
C5J, Marked ID, becomes State Exhibit 104. 5M, State Exhibit 105, and 5N, 106. 5K, 106.
I'm sorry.
5J, 104, 5M, 105, 5K, 106.
All right, Lieutenant, with the court's permission, you can step down and
Yes.
first off, as to exhibit 105. Can you explain to members of the jury, what is this photograph?
That's a picture of the helm or the steering wheel, the throttle bar. There's two empty holes here with the GPS and steers were. This will be depicting where the operator was sitting during the operation vessel.
Lieutenant, I think you're aware that yesterday our jurors got a chance to actually see this vessel.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were the jurors able to actually see for themselves what the operator's eye view would be from the helm?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's basically what you're depicting here?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of state's exhibits numbers 104 and 106, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here?
In front of us and across the vessel.
Now, if there were a couple of people walking in front of the vessel in that bow area, is it roomy? Is it spacious?
Okay, not much at all.
Well, I'm gonna ask you if we have evidence here in state's exhibit number 11 that in the seat that's designated number 9 is the name Lucy. Using state's exhibit number 106, would you be able to corroborate or show where seat number 9 that says Lucy, where would that be on this?
So we're right here on the center, right on the center console, on the padded seat.
So if I write the name Lucy right here, would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, in addition to actually photographing the vessel itself, did you photograph the contents of anything that was recovered from that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing council states 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q for identification. Do states exhibits 5N, 5O, and 5P depict a location where items of alcoholic containers were recovered from, and the items themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I would move the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
Subject to prior objection. We have a prior objection.
5N, mark for identification, becomes State Exhibit 107. 5O, 108. 5P, 109.
Lieutenant, if you could step down again, please. Okay, Lieutenant, so in the back part of the vessel, behind where the helm would be, there appears to be a place where there's two round patches. Well, can you describe what that is?
It's a wash station. They usually have a hose on this left little hole here, and the other one's usually used for trash.
Okay. And did you look in the area where the trash would be, if there was anything in there?
Yes, ma'am.
In State's Exhibit number 108, is that the top of what you saw when you opened that trash pouch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you empty that pouch?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you photograph what was in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Was State's 109 depict the items that were in that place?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you in a position to say that George Pino drank all this alcohol?
No.
Do you remember exactly how many alcohol containers were recovered from that?
61.
And I wanted to ask you also, there are two exhibits that were already admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits numbers 20 and 21. Do you remember seeing these on the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Were these other alcohol containers that were recovered from the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Looks like a type of champagne in a liqueur.
Additionally, did you recover some flares that were on the defendant's vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 5Q. Is this a photograph of the flares you recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move 5Q for identification and evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
5Q, mark for identification, becomes State Exhibit 110.
Again, this is subject to the prior objection.
This might sound obvious, but what are flares for on vessels?
Signaling for distress.
What do you do if your boat becomes disabled and you have flares?
You shoot off the flares, it'll create a large bulb in the sky, bright color, so other boaters can see it. And it's known around the boating community that that's a sign of distress and that people need help.
What was the expiration date on these flares?
October 20th of 19.
2019?
Yes,
When did you do this?
2022.
I think I remember that you asked the defendant if he had all the safety equipment that he needed on his vessel.
I did.
Would this be considered safety equipment?
It would.
Is it safe if it's expired?
No.
Judge, this might be a good time in the testimony if that's all right with the court.
Oh, and could you keep going to the subject?
Correct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been here around 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Let's have our one start at this time. If you could please put your no place inside the envelopes, if you would. Please send the 1 for 1 for so it's 4:35. Let's go to 1.
So, of course, I'm going to get us past this break, but I do have a quick question for you guys. So far, from everything that you have heard, and I'll put a 1 in the chat. Do you think that he's guilty? Do you think they're going to find him guilty? That's a better question. My apology. Do we think that they have enough evidence to put him as guilty? Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like they got enough evidence. So far. Because I haven't seen it. And for those that put a one in the chat, if you could ever so kindly. Okay, thank you, film. I'll go take a look. If you could ever so kindly, if you put a one, what puts you at guilty as far as the evidence that's been brought in? I mean, I just haven't heard anything. The jury want him to pay for the death of a young girl and his blatant irresponsible behavior, drinking, and letting them all drink. Okay. Them said shit. It sounds like I almost want to say he's seeing shit. I don't know if he's seeing shit or not, but I'm gonna say shit for him. He said shit. He culpable for the crash. Period. Someone lost their life, and another has to be taken care of for life. Probably. Yeah. Really, really sad. You say half the time you can't hear. You, why does it matter with the makeup of the jury? I know what all of us want to say and all what we want probably to come out of this. I'll get his charges. We'll go back into the testimony. I'll get his charges. Y'all tell me, because I haven't seen it yet. Y'all got to remember, it's this whole thing about intent. When they put these little key little, words really mean words, but I really don't want words to mean words at certain times, but they really want words to mean words. So if they say intent, then that means that you intended to go into the marker, right? I don't know if they got that in his stuff or not, or if they say malice. That's what got chow off, right? Because they couldn't prove that he was out there with a malicious, malice in his heart. But I'll get his charges for us. I got his court case up. But I'll pull it up for us. But I don't think that it was malice. And Officer Thompson over here on the stand. Instead of him not urgently contacting the state attorney's office, which has a prosecutor on call 24 hours, 7 days a week to help with the search warrant, what he did? He just kept asking. He asked another time, and our boy said no. Remember, and this is what it looks like, guys. This is how it looked when they recovered it. Here go all the alcohol. They don't even know how to have a proper party. They ain't got no White Claw. No, they don't have that. This is the alcohol level from the young lady who's injured, that's suffering. I believe she is the one with the permanent disability. Guys, her alcohol level was positive. It was, wait a minute, because I thought they put it on the side for me, but wait a minute. Yeah, this is Katie. Okay. 141 milligrams, mgs. I don't know. I know it was 2 times the limit. Ain't nobody got time to be playing with him. I'm gonna look up the court case. I had it up the other day. I don't know why I took it down, but I did have it up. Oh, here go to my, okay, so the authorities spent nearly a year on the investigation, releasing a final report in August of 2023 and concluding that Pino deserved 3 misdemeanor charges of careless boating, one for each of the girls with the most that were most seriously injured that day. Lucy Fernandez, this is the one that lost her life, 17, who was trapped under the dang on boat and drowned. What a horrible way. Katie, the girl who is now relearning how to walk, and Isabella Rodriguez, who suffered a head injury with a brain bleed. As part of the investigation, alcohol was not considered to be a contributing factor. What kind of mess is this? I'm gonna show y'all how messed up this case is. Let me show y'all some more stuff. We didn't get to go through all of this stuff the last time, and I apologize because remember, I think court kind of had started. But this article is like soda bomb. Shout out to the Herald. This was just beautiful. This is beautiful the way they did it. Okay, let me show y'all this. So these two. The state attorney also resisted filing a more serious reckless boating charge. FWC Major Alberto responded to an email from Barreto about the investigation, said in his email, FWC was not able to prove reckless. State attorney said, we did not have enough, went with careless. Careless boating is a second-degree misdemeanor, carries a penalty of 60 days in jail and $500 fine. Reckless boating, a first-degree misdemeanor, carries a penalty of up to a year in jail and $1,000 fine. Look at the got them text messages where they fighting on deck. Oh, this was a mess. This was a mess. Okay, thanks, Phil, for the jury information. Surely appreciate it. Wait, let me see. Let me see what the charges are. Let me pull up the case. This is important for us. Because what I'm learning is that depending on how they charge this stuff, like, let me see which court. I gotta remember. I'll pull up his court stuff. I'm gonna put this back in the trial only because I can't remember. I thought I bookmarked it, but I may have not. I gotta find the actual thing. But yeah, we gotta get some evidence, and we gotta see what these charges are. Maybe we don't have the intent, and you know what else is gonna be important? You know, and I was telling Jason this yesterday. I said, you know, Rick Chow with the Chow gang. Do y'all know, like, that's the first trial that I can think of that we really didn't even listen to the jury. I don't even think we listened to the jury instructions or the charge. I know we didn't listen to the charge. And the charge would be very important for us to understand why the jury came back the way they did. I don't think we listened to it. I think we was watching something else. But let me get us past this break. And while we going past this break, I'm going to pull up all the charges. It must have went to lunch.
No, I had 2 beers.
Page 2.
Officer Thompson. And remember, we got a civil suit. I don't know if the civil suit is complete yet. Yes, so yeah.
Who owns the boat? Where does the boat come from? But the one that would have otherwise been covered under the accident report privilege. In the course of publishing that, I noticed that the transcript that was handed out reflected what the defense asked the state to redact, which was any reference to either the lieutenant's request for the defendant's blood sample or his refusal or, his decision to decline giving a blood sample. All of that was redacted, and the redactions are properly reflected in the transcript. Unfortunately, I realized as we were playing it, though I feel like I looked at these videos over and over again, a little portion of what was agreeable to the defense was we over redacted it. And so on page 2, yes, of statement 2,
Sorry, I'm statement 2. Yeah. This is-
Page 2, statement 2.
yes, so the part where it says, 1, 2, 3, 5 lines down, you'll see WT,
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
and it begins with the lieutenant saying, I don't know about that yet. So the first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury.
Okay.
The next few sentences or so are redacted, and those are the sentences where he indicated that I like to ask, all that. So those were properly redacted, and then we pick back up with the defendant then saying, I had 2 beers in response to the lieutenant saying, I would like to get a blood sample. For whatever reason, unfortunately, from that until where the lieutenant says you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat.
It's not illegal to vote and drive. It's an action.
Right. All of that from the 2 beers down to where the lieutenant says you're allowed. For some reason, those were not included on the video.
It should not have been
Redacted.
redacted.
It should have been in. Unfortunately, I think there was a miscommunication between myself.
Okay, well, let me
Yeah.
In the video,
Yes.
it shows the jury.
Yes.
Did they see when it said, GP, I had 2 beers? See and hear. They didn't see and hear that.
They only saw it on the transcript, which is not evidence. It was not included on the actual DVD, which is.
And then the next line where
Lieutenant. The lieutenant.
our lieutenant
Yeah.
says, and it's not illegal, is also not there.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So,
Keep going, Judge.
okay.
The next sentence,
Yeah, it's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive.
that's also not included
It
in the
wasn't
recording.
included, so,
And more. More was excluded.
okay, go ahead.
Also,
What
the
else
part
was excluded from.
where it says,
Yeah.
I feel perfect in the way my mind was, that also was redacted, which it should not have been.
Right.
And then the next part, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. There's nothing saying that. Are you bleeding anywhere now? That's where it picks back up.
When does it pick back up?
When the defendant says my elbow.
Okay, so here's what you're gonna need to do.
I think we did it.
Okay.
So we now
We
have,
have to, I don't know, tell me what you propose.
So the issue is that Ms. Adams, when she drew from the witness, from the testimony about the 2 beers, it was Ms. Adams characterizing it as a spontaneous statement. I think that's where it spontaneously said, we can go to the transcript,
Okay.
spontaneously. We all know it was not spontaneously. It was in response to several sentences of dialogue, including when the witness, Lieutenant Thompson, says, it just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not.
Okay,
We know it being a blood draw. And so the exact quote was, it just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not, which I'm not sure it was. So I'd like to ask permission to draw your blood. It's completely up to you. And then Mr. Pino says, I had 2 beers.
okay.
So our concern is that the impression has been left with the jury that Mr. Pino just blurted out, I had 2
Oh,
beers.
yeah, I understand where you come, that it was something so spontaneous that just came out of Mr. Pino. So that has to be addressed.
and so the way that I interpreted spontaneous is, at no time did the lieutenant say, have you been drinking? How much did you have to drink? The defendant
That's the way
volunteers
you-
that.
But that's maybe what you interpret. So how do we,
Well,
how do
it's,
I clarify?
I think what we can do is just either we were able to reinsert all of the part that was initially over redacted. So I have a copy of that. So I can either replay that and just say, Lieutenant, is this what happened? And the jury can follow along again and just leave it at that. Whether I characterize it as spontaneous or not, it's kind of like a, tomato situation, maybe the jury thinks it was spontaneous, maybe they don't, but it's not in direct relation to a question that was posed by the lieutenant.
Well, okay, we know it was perhaps in relation to a question though that was deemed suppressible. that whole area of the.
Correct.
Okay, so, let me try to wrap my head around how and what instructions, if any, I should give to the jury, that might clear this up.
May I make one possible suggestion, which would be this, that the court instructs the jury that there was a technical issue with the video that was played, and we are now going to play the proper version of it with nothing further, and I'm not going to characterize what he says one way or the other.
Well, and I'll also instruct them that I remind you, what the lawyer's asking questions, that's not evidence. What the witness says. So this witness is not going to say it was a spontaneous statement by Mr. Pino.
Right. So what I would propose, to give context to the statement about 2 beers, because the prosecutor actually, I think, said to the witness, you didn't ask him about alcohol, drinking alcohol, and that Mr. Pino spontaneously said he had 2 beers. I think the simple way to correct it is, as we're going to play the correct version, it just be prefaced with a question by the prosecutor. Something simple as, Lieutenant Thompson told Mr. Pino you were investigating whether alcohol was involved, and here's his response. Something as simple as that.
That makes sense. When I think about it. 'Cause
It's not that I have any problem with that. I just worry, does that somehow, because when this is happening, the lieutenant is not asking questions. He's just explaining why he's going to want to get a sample.
No, but, right, he's explaining why, but the response, I think we can, that Mr. Pino had was really in response to Lieutenant Thompson bringing up this whole idea, and
I could,
he was forthright in that once Lieutenant Thompson brought up the idea, and it's a refusal that doesn't come from the jury.
what I could certainly do is, and, with the witness here, hopefully, I could certainly ask of him, Lieutenant, at some point, did an issue of alcohol come up? Yes. And just leave it at that, and then just play this.
At that point, yeah.
That the investigator, now lieutenant, raised the issue of alcohol, and in response, Mr. Pino said, and we play the tape. Something simple.
You're playing it and you're gonna stop it at a certain point. You're playing from the beginning again. You gotta play the whole thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
So you'll stop it.
Yes.
When you get there, and then you'll make a note for yourself.
Okay.
You'll ask a question, and then you can handle anything else on cross, if you
Right.
think that.
So-
And I would give the jury instruction on a technical issue. We're gonna basically redo that. And remind them that, what the lawyers say in their questions is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness.
That's fine, and I would propose that if we start from the beginning, it's only 1.5 minutes or so, 1:40 seconds, stop after the sentence last played, which ended with the words, "a serious injury."
Right.
That's when the next question to Lieutenant Thompson would be, at that point, you raised the issue with him about alcohol, and the response was recorded, and here we go. And that takes away,
Let it play.
Absolutely. That's perfectly,
okay, great.
And Lieutenant Thompson's right here.
That's why I
So
thought it'd be great to
understands
have.
the plan.
and what I would do, just for brevity's sake, I have a jump drive that has the corrected video and audio that council has been able to see over the break. So what I would seek to do is just ask for it.
Substitute out.
Yes, it's,
What was the exhibit number again?
hold on.
And while she's looking, to be clear, we're not opening any doors to his refusal, to the defendant's refusal by doing it.
Absolutely not.
I'm correct?
We're not opening
This is,
the doors.
Thank
You're
you.
correct. Because that was,
I have a pet peeve about double negatives.
that was
Thank
your
you.
request to eliminate or to suppress was granted in that regard.
oh, I know what this is. The defense counsel. So let's be next as a. So Your Honor, if I may, the corrected audio and visual of the defendant's statement to Lieutenant Thompson is listed for identification as states 5U. And I would seek, hopefully without objection from the defense, other than their prior raised objections, to move 5U for identification into evidence, and then be able to publish that with the caveat that I will preface the two-beer statement with a question to the lieutenant.
Right, aren't we substituting it was already,
Yes, but just to make things a little bit,
I can do it right now, you don't have to do it, yeah, right, I want to do it now.
you want us to put this statement on the original jump drive?
No. You can switch it up.
The only thing that this jump drive has, Your Honor,
Oh,
is
that
the
one
second statement. The one that's in evidence has,
Okay, we're good.
okay,
That's another exhibit.
okay, yes.
Okay.
So I'm now moving states 5U for identification and evidence.
Subject to prior objections and perhaps an instruction from the court to explain to the jury that it was omitted and we're now giving it for the jury. The jury may have seen it in the transcript. So to clarify for the jury, they may have already seen this in the transcript, even though the transcript is not in it.
Okay, we're going to do that. What number is it going to
But you mark for ID, states exhibit 111.
111, and when you begin to ask the questions, I'll probably tell you.
It's
But
in-
you're advised that it's now states exhibit 111.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, there's another matter, which just so we can go through the whole afternoon.
I'll be standing any minute with my jury. So is this something with regard to this?
Yes,
Should he be sitting here?
I don't know. It has to do with anticipated cross-examination questions.
Okay, so when you finish your direct,
Okay,
which will give you how much longer?
not much.
Okay, we'll stop for a minute. We'll come sidebar.
Okay.
And then we can talk about what you want to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Been reading on the transcripts is actually not heard on the video. So that's been corrected, and what's going to happen now is the corrected statement is going to be played for you, a few questions about that. The transcript can be handed out again, which would be number 2 transcript. Oh, no, wait, it's number 2 transcript,
Yes.
right? Okay, number 2 transcript. Now, I remind you, the transcript is not the evidence. The evidence is the video, the audio and video, okay? In addition, let me remind you that what the lawyer is asking their questions is not the evidence. The evidence comes from physical evidence and or testimony of the witnesses. Okay?
For the record, I'm now going to publish States Exhibit 111. Your Honor, may the lieutenant step down while this is playing?
Work together, you see. I do all voting actions that are serious. Anytime someone says something is life-threatening, that's when I come. So, right now, no update. My office is investigating. So, no update on anything. We all went to the same spot. My office, that's that. We'll give that update to my guys again. And we'll do it on zero protection. So, my guys are about 10, 15 minutes away. Everyone is away. The rules, they're over there, there's something. Unless, no, I just don't want to, all of the rules are fine. The rules should be. Okay. So, right now, last item is to conscious, just okay, now last time anybody, I was on button from all over CMR. So, what's over there? She was there, with my wife. I'm still getting all the pieces.
Lieutenant, I want to ask you if during this time, did any kind of issue about alcohol come up? Okay.
We get a pause, Your Honor?
Just pause it for a minute.
Sure.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the portion that was not played before. And the question was asked, questions about alcohol, and this wasn't played for you before. All right? And this is the evidence.
It's not illegal to go to drive. It's not illegal to drink and be a couple years and drive.
I feel personally the other way that my mind was. I know that. And I'm forever about that life.
You're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat, but that's not the same. We'll come back to this. Let's get that finished. Okay? I don't want you to be around. No, I do. I need to get that looked at. Hey, well, what do you guys give me fire rescue? He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. No, he's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. Well, what do you guys grab me? Fire rescue? Yeah, we're taxing the boat. Just be honest, we're talking about here a second. I'm gonna fire rescue. Yeah, if he has questions, he'll come. I want you're heavy breathing. I want you sitting down. I don't want you falling over in this rock. Okay, come sit down for a minute. No, I understand, but I've heard that shallow breathing before, and I've seen people fall over. And the last thing I need is for you to fall over in these rocks. So take a seat for me, my friend. So are these all your daughters? This is your daughter on the boat? That's your daughter right there? Okay. And all of them were her friends? It's my daughter's birthday. Okay.
Celebration. We're heading back. I let you do. We're going through that channel on the last one. Really way we're not
Estimate how much. How many times have you gone through that show? How many hours did I want to do that?
Your Honor?
Yeah, on the boat. And how many hours, you have to put hours, how many hours on it?
So I think that resolved the issue of the missing portion.
Oh, darn it, yes, that was what was missing previously. All right, we'll continue on.
Pardon me?
So we're gonna conclude that.
Thank you.
So Lieutenant, up to now, we've talked about the fact that you spoke with George Pino on the evening of September 4th of 2022. And we talked about the inventory of the vessel that was done once it was salvaged from the bottom of the bay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk now a little bit about something that occurred on June the 9th of last year. Did you and other people involved in law enforcement try to think of a way to explain or express to the jury what the defendant's driving pattern, for lack of a better term, was through the Cutter Bank Channel on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted a reconstruction as close as we could.
Prior to doing the reconstruction, were any thoughts given about trying to actually bring the jurors through on the channel?
There were thoughts.
And
Objection, Your Honor.
Too dangerous to bring the jury out there.
okay. What was the overall plan to try to show the jury as accurately as possible the route that the defendant's vessel took on that afternoon up to leading to it actually hitting a channel marker?
Yes, on May 30th, ASA Adams reached out to me asking if this is even a possibility. Told her that logistically there's gonna be a lot of moving parts to get this done, specifically around safety reasons. So we had to make sure we had safety vessels to block off channels. We had to make sure the weather was right that day, the right individuals were there, that we had access to Key Biscayne's airfield. It's a state park, so no drones can be flown. So we had to talk to the FAA for the drones. It was a lot of moving parts for it.
Could you explain to the jurors what the idea was in terms of how this path would be recreated?
So we had the GPS data from the units that were on the defendant's vessel that showed certain track marks and speed that the vessel was operating on September 4th. So we used multiple buoys as points of speed increase or direction change towards the channel marker.
So if there was a track point, say, that indicated that the defendant was going 43 miles per hour, is there a way using GPS to put the buoy like really close to where that track point is?
Yes, ma'am. We used a certified handheld GPS following the exact coordinates from the units from the vessel to match it to the exact spot that we were going to drop the buoy.
Okay. And then in this particular case, were there two last track marks or track points from the defendant's vessel up until it crashed into that channel marker?
There was.
And did a buoy get placed in each of the locations where those last two track points were?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what was the idea behind piloting a vessel past those buoys, which represented the track points?
The idea was to video record so we could show the jury of the points of acceleration that the GPS showed. So the first buoy was a signal for me to accelerate from one speed to another. while also maintaining a certain track from one buoy to the next. The second buoy was the last buoy prior to the collision with the channel marker.
Now, the second to last track point, can you describe where within the channel that would have been?
Between channel marker 13A and 13.
And where was the last buoy, or the buoy that represented the last track mark prior to impact?
It was right next to channel marker 15.
Now, in order to try to recreate this, did you have available a police vessel?
I did.
What was the size of that police vessel?
30 feet.
What was the size of the Robalo vessel that was salvaged from the bay in this case?
29 feet.
What were the engines that were on the vessel that was used for this?
2 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
What kind of engines were on the Robalo in this case?
2 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
Did it seem that your police vessel was a comparable vessel to show the jurors what took place on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to get the police vessel accelerated up to 43 miles per hour at that first buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you then accelerate the vessel to about 47 miles per hour right before you got to that second buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been piloting vessels?
Since I was a young child.
How many times have you piloted toward a steel marker?
Not on purpose.
Okay. Can you talk to the jurors a little bit about what the experience was like trying to recreate a path that you know in real life resulted in the destruction we saw to that vessel in photographs in yesterday? What did you do to manage that?
Objection, reserve a motion.
So,
Okay, hold on. All right. Objection is overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So with those two markers that we spoke about earlier, the first one is to the start getting to a speed of 43 miles an hour. The second channel buoy that we placed is right next to channel marker 15. We had to take in consideration that if I were to take the exact same route, it was near impossible for me to evade that channel marker.
Okay. Before engaging in this reenactment, for lack of a better term, did you have any alcohol to drink?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any minors on the boat with you?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you make several passes through that channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a drone involved?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you an exhibit. It's not in evidence, it's a demonstrative aid. It's a State's Exhibit 2I. This is not scientific. My channel drawing is as good as your boat drawing, but does this represent kind of the tail end of the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to use this pen and kind of like show us in cartoon figures almost the route that you basically were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
Where the squiggly line is, does that represent the route that you were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you exhibits that are in evidence at states 23 and 22. Do these accurately depict what channel markers 14 and 15 look like?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the wind and I guess sea conditions, like when this was done?
Very favorable, low winds, very slight chop, very small waves on the water.
Was that similar to the weather conditions on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022, Biscayne Bay in the vicinity of Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you an exhibit which is in evidence now as State's Exhibit number 11. And now I'm going to show you an exhibit which is State's 106. Now, in State's Exhibit 11, there is a seat which is designated as number 9, and there's a name attached to that. What is that name?
Lucy.
May I have that, please? Thank you. And, Your Honor, may the witness step down, please? So if what we're looking at here in exhibit number 11 is a diagram of the seating arrangements of Mr. Pino's vessel on September 4th, 2022. And if what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit number 106 is an actual photograph of where seats 7, 8, and 9 would be.
Yes, ma'am.
Where it says Lucy, would that correspond to where we are looking at Lucy having sat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, because, I guess if we do it this way, that would be how we would know that this location is where Lucy was seated. Fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Come on over here so we can see. So this is the 3 bench seats here. And a prior witness identified that Lucy was seated here. I'd like to ask if during this process of trying to recreate for the jury a sense of what the defendant's vessel was doing prior to and at impact, was there somebody who actually sat in seat 9, the seat that was identified as the seat that Lucy had been in, filming from that vantage point where the vessel was traveling?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that video?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel's, oh, no, it's already in evidence, states number 98. Earlier, did you get a chance to look at this?
Yes, ma'am.
And you put your initials on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I publish this exhibit.
Same objections previously asserted.
And over those objections,
Lieutenant, would you be able to come down here for the court
Yes.
submission? I'm going to stop this a couple of times and then replay it from the beginning, but we're heading down the channel,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm going to stop this and ask you kind of where we're at.
Yes, ma'am.
What channel marker is that?
Should be 13. 13A?
Take a close look.
13A.
Okay. What's this right here?
That's our first GPS buoy.
And what does that represent?
Reaching that at 43 miles an hour. That is the moment where I start to accelerate to 47 miles an hour.
And is this buoy in just about the same location as that second to last track point before the vessel strikes the channel marker?
Yes, ma'am.
here with my pen. What is that?
That's the second GPS buoy.
Okay. And this represents the last track point prior to impact.
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, what is this channel marker there?
Green marker 15.
You're quite a ways away from it.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see it already.
Yes, ma'am.
Last thing I want to ask you about was yesterday. Our jurors came and examined the robalo at your office, just in front of the office building, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, prior to them viewing the boat, did you stand next to the boat and point to 2 locations on that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 68. And if the witness can step down, please, Judge?
Yes.
Can you use this exhibit to point out the 2 locations that you pointed to for the jurors?
The first point is right here. The second point is right here.
Can you explain to the jurors what you were pointing out?
Up here, I'm pointing out what we call as the paint transfer from the green day board that was on top of marker 15 as the initial impact point.
And you pointed to a second location.
Here,
What is that?
secondary impact point.
And why were you, what was there that let you know that?
The extreme amount of damage that started from this point.
And in fact, was there paint transfer there as well?
There was.
Showing council states 5S and 5T. Do exhibits 5S and 5T represent the 2 locations of paint transfer that you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move states 5S and 5T for identification and evidence.
5S, marked for identification, now States Exhibit 112. 5T, 113.
I'm sorry, 113.
113.
Thank you.
And in my right hand, I have the paint transfer at the front of the bow of the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
And on my left hand, I have the paint transfer that was in the middle part of the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions.
One is on here, just one, thank you. ladies and gentlemen, please remember we're in
Yeah, I know my girl, she over there packing up her stuff to run over there across the room. I would not want to be a court reporter. I have never seen really a court reporter have to move like that, y'all. I guess that's why it stands out so much to me is that every time when they do a sidebar, she has to pack up her whole day.
As well, however, approximately 2 hours had passed.
in his
I'm sorry.
Counsel, before you start the cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of the direct examination of the witness, there was a question asked of the witness, and the response from the witness was that, he used the word dangerous in his response. I overruled the defense objection. That objection should have been sustained with disregard any statement or any conclusion by the witness with the use of the word dangerous in terms of what he has done. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Lieutenant, you indicated that during your interviews and interactions with Mr. Pino that there was no detection on your part. You did not observe any signs of impairment by alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first time. At the point that you had your first interaction with Mr. Pino, however, approximately 2 hours had passed since the accident in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, to be more specific, the accident is, occurred sometime around 6:37 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the first time that you had contact with Mr. Pino was at 8:16 p.m. according to your testimony today. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
So almost 2 hours later. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would you not agree that that persons who were with Mr. Pino closer in time to the point of the accident at 6:37, that their impressions as to Mr. Pino's whether Mr. Pino appeared to be impaired by alcohol or not would be important to know?
Yes, sir.
And if such persons that observed Mr. Pino at the time closest to the accident were to say that they didn't detect or didn't observe anything about Mr. Pino which would have indicated alcohol impairment, that would be valuable for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
As well as witnesses to Mr. Pino's state of mind or physical state while he was actually at the sandbar in this case. Witnesses at the sandbar with Mr. Pino who were able to say there was no evidence of impairment by alcohol with Mr. Pino. That also would be important for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Particularly if those witnesses did not observe any evidence of alcohol impairment. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
We heard earlier today that when you had your first opportunity to have interaction with Mr. Pino, that was at the seawall at Elliott Key Harbor. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was on a police boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he was on a police boat with one of your members of your crew that day, Keith Hernandez. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you are asking Mr. Pino some basic background questions about his boat during that interaction, Mr. Pino answered those questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he also offered an explanation, his memory about how this accident occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to go through slowly with you. We have the benefit of the transcript that was prepared for the jury. And Mr. Pino says that we were going back. We were coming through the channel. Of course, he's referring to Cutter Bank Channel. Was that your understanding at the time?
Yes, sir.
And there were two girls sitting in the back. A boat was coming. We were going by the little, and then you interrupt him and say, you leave the boat in the water at Ocean Reef, or is it at a trailer at Ocean Reef? That's all that you were interested in at that moment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But Mr. Pino continues with his answer, and he tells you, no, it's in the water. So anyways, I turned back to look because there were two girls sitting in the back seat of the boat. And I had 5 or 6 in the front, my wife in the middle, and we were coming, and I approached the waves head first, like I always do. And the boat hit. I was looking at the girls, and just to make sure they were okay if they were sitting in the back, and the next thing I know, it hit the wave, and I tried to swing, and the right side of the boat would be the left side of the boat, hit the pylon. My God, I can't believe it. You recall him telling you that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was telling you that in his memory of the way the accident occurred, as a part of that, he believes that the left side of his boat made contact with the pylon.
Objection, calls for speculation.
This is what he told you, isn't
Excuse
it?
me.
I'm the only rule as to what was said. Go ahead,
But Judge,
go ahead. Only.
That in fact is not the case though, correct? The
Correct.
left side of Mr. Pino's boat did not make contact with the pylon in this case, did it?
No, sir.
In fact, we know just from the pictures presented in this case. This is it. Thank you. As we saw in State's Exhibit number 68, very clearly, damage happens to the right side of the boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's not a mystery in this case, is it? That's not in dispute here, right?
No, sir.
But at least when Mr. Pino had that initial interaction with you, it was his belief, his memory at that moment that actually it was the left side of his boat.
objection.
That's the stage as to what Mr. Pino's belief was or wasn't.
You go on, you ask him if he has a trailer for the boat, and he tells you that the boat goes back to Ocean Reef, et cetera, and so on. There's then another opportunity that you have to speak with Mr. Pino. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because after you had your initial interaction with him while he was at the seawall on Officer Alec's boat, you went to, because you needed to make some phone calls. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In connection with the accident scene that you were working, or the accident investigation that you were working, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you came back, you had a further conversation with him. And you tell Mr. Pino, Mr. Pino says to you, someone told me that, well, the other girl that was on there, Cammie, she's over there. She was there on the boat with my wife when the other girl was getting airlifted. And you reply, see, I'm still getting all the pieces. See, I'm still getting all the pieces. Pino, she said that she was getting CPR. You respond, I don't know about that yet. So first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury. And Mr. Pino, then there was some conversation between you, Mr. Pino, about alcohol, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says to you, in response, he says, I had 2 beers. You recall him saying that?
Yes, sir.
And your response to that was, and it's not illegal to boat and drive. It's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive. And that's a true statement, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, I feel perfect in the way my mind was. I mean, I know what happened. I've been operating boats forever. I've done that ride 1,000 times. Do you know if Mr. Pino has done that ride 1,000 times?
I did not know.
Do you know if it's true?
I do not know if that's true.
Did you ever examine or become aware of the data examination of the GPS devices in Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes, sir.
Did either of the historic track points in either of the GPS devices reflect thousands of rides through the Cutter Bank Channel?
No, it did not.
So this was Mr. Pino's memory.
Objection.
The GPS devices did not bear out Mr. Pino's statement that he had been through the Cutter Channel thousands of times. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you reply to that and you say, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. And this is what you told him, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is a true statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And during this conversation, further, Mr. Pino takes the opportunity, after following some additional conversation between the two of you, he takes the opportunity to tell you again about what his recollection, what his memory is of how the accident occurred. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, that was my wife and myself, right? And then two girls were on the back, and the rest of the girls in the front in the seating area. And then we were going through the last marker. There was a boat coming through, which was bigger. So the waves, I was veering to the right to cut into the waves. You say, okay. Mr. Pino continues, right, like I always do, cut right through the waves, and I knew I was going to hit some waves. I looked back at the two girls that were sitting back there because I was a little concerned. I told my wife, watch. I even remember exactly who it was. It was Coco. Pretty sure it was Coco and Andrea. You recall him giving you that answer?
Yes, sir.
Now, Coco, he was referring to someone by the name of Coco Aguilar, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Andrea, he was referring to someone known as Andrea Knopfler, correct?
Yes, sir.
And both Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler, they were passengers on Mr. Pino's boat at the time that this accident occurred.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino is telling you that he even remembers exactly who was sitting behind him, again saying it was Coco and Andrea. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, that turned out not to be true. Is that right?
Objection called for hearsay.
Did you conducted a further investigation in the days and months leading or after this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you determined who, in fact, of the passengers were sitting in the back of the boat, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And did your investigation reveal that it was Sarah Gutierrez?
Objection, this is hearsay.
Your investigation did not reveal that Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler were sitting in the back of the boat.
Objection, it's hearsay.
Exhibit number 11, please. So I'm handing you exhibit number 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, you recall, Detective, that exhibit number 11 was the boating diagram that was presented to the various passengers in this case in order to develop the seating chart of the seating chart of the passengers as they sat on Mr. Pino's boat on the day of this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you would, referring to exhibit number 11, what did your investigation reveal as to who was sitting in the back of the boat?
Objection, Judge, that's not what Exhibit 11 demonstrates.
Is it introduced?
Yes.
Yes, but it was not from the detective, it was the words of other witnesses.
It says Sarah and Mia.
Not Coco and Andre.
Correct.
So
Mr. Pino gave you mistaken information when he said that Coco and Andrea were sitting behind him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino goes on. And he tells you, speeding up a bit, he says, so I turned around and I said, hey guys, watch out, hold on, because I'm cutting into the waves and you guys are on the back, and if you bump around, they were right on the back. There was a seat at the back of the boat, and as soon as I said it, I was cutting through the wave and I looked, and the wheel, I guess when it hit the waves, the wheel turned a little bit, turned a little bit as I was cutting back in, and I lost a little bit control, and I think I turned, and it was I'm pretty sure it was the left side of the boat that skimmed the left side of the boat, probably towards the front to try to turn away from it. So again, Mr. Pino tells you that it was the left side of the boat that made contact. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he goes on to say, and the boat hit the left front boat, and then we all got ejected. Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement to you that, quote unquote, they all got ejected, or I'm sorry, that we all got ejected, was true?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement that, quote, we all got ejected was an accurate statement?
Objection, Judge.
You asked Mr. Pino, once you get ejected, when you came up, what did you see that you can remember? And Mr. Pino says that I know exactly what I saw. It's because I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem recalling because it was very scary. I got up, so I know I couldn't believe what had happened. I saw a few people floating. I yelled. I recognized some of them. They said, all right, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. And then I immediately went under the boat to see if anyone was there. Do you recall him telling you that?
Yes, sir.
And you recall asking Mr. Pino, do you remember who was under there, referring to the boat? And Mr. Pino responded, I'm very clear who was under there, and I got her. And you asked Mr. Pino, what was her name? Do you remember what Mr. Pino told you?
I have to look at my notes.
Mr. Pino told you it was Natty Reed. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
And we, of course, are here in this trial because it wasn't Natty Reed who was under the boat, right?
Correct.
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation. Who was not there?
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sure. Lucy Fernandez was under the boat, wasn't she?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Not sure I understand the.
Come over here, please.
Sure.
Explain it to me.
My poor lady, she got to keep moving her whole workstation. Y'all know my court reporter lady, she had to move her whole workstation. She getting her exercise in today, baby.
counsel. And you may
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you.
And,
At any time after the accident, did you interview Matthew Reed?
I'd have to go through my notes.
Do you know of anyone from you or your agency or any other agency that interviewed Matthew Reed after the accident?
I would have to go through my notes.
Now, your conversation with Mr. Pino continued on later after that afternoon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time that you asked Mr. Pino if he would write a statement as to his, what happened, he agreed to do that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you had conversations between the two of you regarding any number of things that he and you thought would be appropriate to place in the statement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you asked Mr. Pino about was how fast he was going. If you remember, it's what his speed was.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? And Mr. Pino mentioned to you, first he said 39 RPMs, 38, 39 RPMs, and RPMs means what?
Rotations per minute.
And when you're on a boat, like Mr. Pino's, it's very common that the screen on many of these boats kind of shows what your speed is based on rotations per minute, RPMs, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if the RPMs are 39 RPMs, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going 39 miles per hour on a boat. Is that right?
Correct.
Because there are many variants with speed on a boat, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you discussed that with Mr. Pino because he was asking you, what does 39 RPMs correspond to in miles per hour? Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were telling Mr. Pino that, just as we said, it could be a couple different things. It could be propeller, that he had 14 people on the boat. These are some of the variables which would affect speed. Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
One of the things that Mr. Pino offered was that he said he had a lot of weight on the boat, and that he said, quote, I have two engines, two 225s. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And when he said 225s, he was referring to the size of the engines on his boat.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you, the engines that were on Mr. Pino's boat, the boat that was involved in the accident had two 300 horsepower engines. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Twin 300s.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Pino ever owned a boat prior to the boat that was involved in this accident?
No, sir.
You did notice when you began your interview with Mr. Pino that he did have his head wrapped in a gauze bandage. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was that his head was wrapped in a gauze bandage?
I did not.
Suspect some head injury?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino, in fact, prepared the written statement for you that you asked for. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in evidence now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino also told you, as we know, what his memory was as to how the accident happened. We just went all through that. Did you follow up with any type of investigation to determine if Mr. Pino's memory about another boat contributing to the cause of the accident occurred.
I did.
And what did you do in order to determine if there was another boat that contributed to this accident?
Multiple different things.
I'm sorry, you need to keep your voice up, sir.
Multiple different things.
Such as, Lieutenant, what did you do?
We spoke to Good Samaritans that were very first on scene. There was a picture taken by a Good Samaritan that showed the northbound aspect of the boating accident. We contacted other agencies, seeing if there were cameras in the area. We interviewed the passengers on the vessel.
And did you find anything in all of that which corroborated Mr. Pino's memory as to whether there was another boat?
Objection, hearsay.
Oh, no.
No.
You mentioned a picture taken by a Good Samaritan. How was that helpful to you in coming to the conclusion?
The photograph shows an image of the vessel that the defendant was operating capsized. I believe it's 3 minutes post-accident time. I'd have to verify in my notes if that's exact time. And it shows a northbound view of Key Biscayne with no vessels in sight.
And you said it was approximately 3 minutes after the accident?
I would have to look at my notes, but around that time frame.
Could it have been as soon as 2.5 minutes after the accident?
Could have been.
And the picture that you were referring to was a wide enough view so that you were comfortable that any boat that might have fit the description that Mr. Pino gave would still have been within the picture frame.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, one of the things that was recovered 2 days after the accident were some empty alcoholic beverage containers. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was when the boat was actually recovered out of the water. There was an inspection done of the boat,
Yes, sir.
and that's where these things were discovered. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified earlier today that there were 61 empty alcoholic beverage containers.
Yes, sir. To my memory.
I see it was 107 through 109. Lieutenant, were you a part of the recovery team of the boat on the 6th?
Objection, that this is beyond the scope of direct.
Yes, you don't
Just a question.
allow the one question.
Sure, I think that's all I need. Were you a part of the recovery team?
I was at the dock that day.
You. Yeah. While the clerk is looking for the exhibit, I wanted to ask some questions about your reenactment that you did on June 9th, 2025. Do you recall, I received let me ask you this. Do you recall what time it was that the actual reenactment was done?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Do you have your notes with you?
I do.
Why don't you take a look at those and look up again? You have your memory refreshed.
Around 8:47 a.m.
So at 8:47 a.m., is that when the actual runs with the vessel were done?
I don't have that report with me. That was the time frame that we started doing runs, but I don't know the full time frame of how long.
The group of persons that were going to be involved met at Bayfront Marina at about 8 a.m. that day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're saying that about 8:47, you guys were out at the location,
Yes, sir.
and that's when the activity began, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the tide was, the tide phase at that time
I do.
on that day? What was it?
It was a plus 1.75.
Sorry, I didn't.
Plus 1.75.
I want to show you one of the drone aerial footage that was taken on that day. That's it. Take a look at that with me.
Yes, sir.
Before we look at the video, as I understand it, your testimony earlier was that you tried to follow the historic track that Mr. Pino's vessel took on the day of this accident as you possibly could. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the track that you followed was, based on the information that you took off or that you received from Mr. Pino's actual SIMRAD GPS device. Is that right?
The information that was given to Paul Adler, yes.
All right. And you were able to, it was actually you that was navigating or that was driving the test boat?
Yes, sir.
And you had that information, I presume, on the screen in front of you, the historic track, so that you could kind of steer on that. Is that right?
Mr. Adler did.
You said, was Mr. Albert
Sorry.
was driving the boat?
No, he was present.
Okay. My question though is that how was it that you were able to drive on close to the same track that Mr. Pino drove?
He set the GPS buoys himself and instructed me to follow the buoys from one buoy to the next.
Understood. And that was based on the historic tracks that were present on Mr. Pino's SIMRAD device?
Yes.
And you are comfortable, or you were convinced that the buoys that Mr. Albert set up for you are consistent with the actual course that Mr. Pino drove on the day of this accident? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Carlos, if you would call up S1001384. You are, may Lieutenant Thompson come down and take a look?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm gonna play this through one time and we'll ask some questions about it. All right, prior to, hold that for a second. Now, prior to viewing this, you and I met today and you authenticated for me that this video that you're about to see is an accurate representation of what took place that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, can we have what exhibit number this is?
Yeah, it's 97.
Thank
you. Once you start. So this is the vessel that you were operating?
Yes, sir.
And just for sake of the record, what we're looking at here is a part of the Hunter Bank channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you see what I'm pointing at the channel marker here. Do you know what channel marker that is?
13A.
I'm pointing at another one with a red triangle.
14.
And the final channel marker that I'm pointing at?
15.
15 is the channel marker that was aligned with, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Continue. Stop. Let's run that back again. Lieutenant Thompson, where your vessel appears at that moment, at the 18-second timestamp, you were just 13A is just to the left side of your vessel. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's plenty of space between your vessel and the 13A channel marker at that point. Is it there?
Yes, sir.
Continue, please. Stop it there. Now, at this point, just past the 13A channel marker, you are still within the Cutter Bay channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And would you consider that the location of your vessel at that point is somewhere in the center of the Cutter Bay channel?
Yes, sir.
Continue. And as your vessel is continuing now, that is more in line with the left side of the channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if there are no oncoming boats present in that condition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is because the area has been essentially quarantined by other police vessels, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There were no oncoming boats, as you said earlier, you were convinced no oncoming boats at the time of the accident that Mr. Pino was involved in, is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you are past channel marker 15 at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were able to avoid aligning with channel marker 15, obviously, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason that you were able to avoid aligning with is because you were focused entirely on that channel. Correct. The very purpose that you were there was to conduct this experiment, if you will. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's reenactment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that's all that you were focused on, right?
I'm focused on all my surroundings while on the water, making sure I'm not going to hit any other channel markers, making sure the water depths are good, that my passengers are safe. I'm not just focused on that anymore.
Sure, but because you were completely focused, as you said, on all of these things, you were able to approach that channel marker 15 at close to or at the same rate that Mr. Pino was able to, that Mr. Pino approached that, but you managed to avoid colliding with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you saw it in front of you,
Yes, sir.
correct? You saw it even before you got to the channel marker itself, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to make the decision as you got closer to it, to either turn, or in your case, you turned slightly to the left in order to avoid the collision, right?
Yes, sir.
And but for the fact that you were not distracted by anything else, you were able to safely get around channel marker 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just final question for you, Lieutenant. You mentioned earlier in response to my question about the tide that was
You
present.
said tide?
Tide, T-I-D-E. You answered my question about the tide that was present at the time that you conducted this recreation. Do you know what station that tide was measured from?
No, sir.
And I ask because, of course, different stations will have different tide levels. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what the tide might be in downtown Miami isn't necessarily what the tide is going to be in Coconut Grove, for example.
It'll be pretty close based on the area, but it will be different.
Okay. And I believe you said that the tide, as you recall, was plus 1.75. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
And that means exactly what?
There's a standard level that the sea level's at, and it goes up and down from there. So plus 1.75 would be 1 foot, 0.75 feet above that standard level.
And was that considered the highest tide for that day?
No, it was not.
At that time? What was the high point tide?
I do not know.
Do you know what the low point tide was?
I do not.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
I think so.
Yes. Speaking of tides, the tide on the day that recreation was done, you indicated the tide was what exactly?
Plus 1.75.
Did you ever research what the tide was at that location on September 4th, 2022 at about 6:30 p.m.?
I did.
What was it?
The high tide of the day was at 4:48 p.m., which was plus 2.2. The low tide was going to be at 11:33 p.m., which is negative 0.7. So it's be somewhere between there, roughly around 1.5 feet.
So at the time that the vessel collision happened in this particular case, the tide was lower than it was during this recreation?
It was.
Now, in terms of what that means as far as how high up or down the water moves along that channel marker, when would the water have been higher up on the channel marker? On the day of the recreation or at the time of the crash?
It was higher at the day of the recreation.
So at the time of the crash, would more of the sign have been visible?
It would have.
I want to show you a picture. It's in evidence. It states exhibit number 10. Do you recognize from this investigation who is depicted in these photographs?
More or less, yes.
And are a lot of these girls the girls that were in fact on the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you a question first off. Are they black or white?
No.
Huh?
Colored picture.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We needed that on a Friday. What is the race of these girls? Black, white?
Mostly white.
Okay. What about hair length?
Longer hair for most of them.
What are they wearing?
String bikinis.
Some of them are wearing sunglasses.
Yes,
Overall, do these girls kind of look alike?
they do.
So when Mr. Pino is trying to tell you where he remembers the individual girls were, maybe not so easy to distinguish them when they're wearing bathing suits?
Correct.
The defense asked you about Mr. Pino saying that he's traversed that area thousands of times. Were you taking him literally at that moment?
No, ma'am.
So like if I say to you, we've had thousands of sidebars in this trial, do you think we've really walked over to the side of the judge's bench thousands of times?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if when Mr. Pino told you that he had had 2 beers, do you know for sure if that's the truth?
No.
When he told you that there was this other vessel that caused this crash, do you know if that's the truth?
No.
Do you know whether he said that because he was misremembering what happened?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if maybe he said that because he wanted to blame somebody else for this crash?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know?
No.
Nothing else.
All right, the witness is excused. Sir, you may be subject to recall. You remember the speed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You're good for today?
Yes, my witness, I explained, will have to come back next week.
And the witness will be able to do it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna end for today at this time. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes. We're going over a couple of days now. And it's very important that you continue to be vigilant with regard to my instructions, protecting yourselves. No outside information, potential influence. Do not discuss this case with anyone. If anyone is curious about what you are doing, where you are, the response is, I'm sorry, I'm on a jury, and that's all I can say. And that's that. Okay? Please, do not speak with each other at all about this case. Don't speak with anyone else. Please don't conduct any research or investigation. Don't conduct your own experiments, because none of that is evidence. You're getting evidence in the courtroom. That's all you can rely on, with the instructions I give you on the way to ultimately reach your decision. Avoid contact. Anyone comes to try to speak with you or in your presence, that's the case. Please avoid that. Anyone persists, please report that to Renee and bring it to my attention. You think you see or hear anything in the news, social media about this case, even if you're not sure, don't wait and listen to try to find out. Ignore it. Okay? I'm going to ask you to return on Monday, 9:30. Please be here by 9:30. You'll report to the jury room on the 7th floor. Please, Mondays are busy with other people coming in for jury duty and other jury duty. Please wait inside the jury room. You know Renee, spent already a week and a half, 2 weeks with him. So you know who he is. Wait for him to come up inside the jury room to bring everyone together, to bring you together. Okay? All right. Again, please be here Monday at 9:30. Check into the jury room on the 7th floor. And have a restful and pleasant weekend. Renee will see you out now and take your envelopes with you. Thank you.
All right.
Again, everyone, please remain in the courtroom to allow the jury to exit and to work their way down the hall. All right, everyone can have a seat. Things I just want to go over with all of you in preparation. I ask you please, and I had mentioned it before to the attorneys. I'm going to be looking at and working on the jury instructions this weekend. I'm going to be looking specifically at any special requested jury instructions. And that's going to include, I believe the state has provided me with a special requested instruction on the navigational rules. I'm going to be looking at that over the weekend. Okay? And I have from the defense proposed instructions which somewhat mirror, well, they do mirror, but they include additional requests that are not within the current standard instructions. That's gonna be very important for us to discuss all of this. So the sooner that we start looking at them, and evaluating these current standard instructions for, the manslaughter and for, vessel homicide, for that. Okay? So please work on that over the weekend, and, I'll let you know that I am looking not only in Florida, because I know what the standard, we see what the standard instructions are, but I'm looking again throughout the state on that issue, and, may or may not be looking outside the state of Florida, because I'm not sure to what extent, the requests that have been made, how they, special instruction from the state, in addition to the additional language from the defense, as special instructions, I think a lot of this could be matters of first impression. So I invite you to look even outside of the state of Florida at how other jurisdictions might address some of these issues that we know we're gonna have. It's not gonna be a surprise what it is, okay? All right, that's the one thing. And the second thing is, in terms of where we're going as far as witnesses, my understanding is we're gonna have, I think, 2 additional witnesses from the state.
Yes,
Okay, one is gonna be from the court examiner.
correct.
Will that be your first witness for Monday?
I'm not sure. I need to speak with
See
each
how
of
that
them to
works
figure out
In
how their
terms of
schedules
time.
are.
And then you're gonna have the witness, Mr. The expert.
Albert, A-L-B-E-R.
As your expert witness. Okay. If there are any issues that you anticipate regarding that witness, Mr. Albert, or either of the witnesses, if you would put me on notice through email as to what concerns might be raised, so we will discuss those before we bring the jury in, as much as we can. Okay, because that's been very helpful in terms of keeping our proceedings smooth. That's all I have, and that would be the end of the state's case, and then we would move forward. I will ask, and I'm not going to comment because there's going to be defense motions at the close of the state's case. So if we do proceed, the defense should be ready to proceed with your witnesses for, I would imagine, sometime after lunch. I'd say have your witnesses ready before 1:30 or so in the afternoon. Just if we are proceeding past the defense motions, it should happen, okay? Does anyone have anything they want to talk about now?
Yes, Judge. Over one of the breaks, Mr. Shrevenick and I both signed off on a stipulation regarding the fact that
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Can you hear me? It's too low?
I wonder why I cut it off like that. They are so silly. Wait a minute, y'all. I know it's more to it. This is what I'm saying. Like, why would they cut that off like that? Hold on 1 second. Y'all can see it. Hold on. I got it because I clipped it already because I had seen it. Hold on. Because I want to ask y'all what y'all thoughts are about it too. Hold on. Oh gosh, get out the way.
the defendant's vessel was in operable condition on the day in question. I'd like to ask if that can be marked as a court exhibit and admitted into evidence.
All right, defense?
Yes.
Okay,
I signed it, yes.
okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it as court exhibit. The parties have stipulated, but then what I will do is, at the point in time that you asked me to publish that to the jury, I would publish it as a court exhibit. I would read them the instruction on stipulations, and then, I would read that to them.
Thank you.
That would be
I'll
court.
leave it to you, though, to notify me
Yes.
at what point you would like me to provide that information to the jury.
Excellent.
That would be court exhibit 1.
Court exhibit 1, yes.
I am told that during my, I believe, redirect with Lieutenant Thompson, I could hear sound behind me, but I was focused on what I was doing. I am told that the defendant may have been muttering something along the lines of, "It happens, it happens, it happens." I notice, from being over on that side when I need to view the angle of the monitor screen, it's in very, very close proximity to the jurors. And I hope maybe somebody misunderstood what was taking place, but I did hear noise behind me. And so I just hope that the defendant is not doing something along those lines.
I had made some adjustments to the seating when it comes to one, and I did not hear anything.
I'm sorry, do you have something you want to say to me? Why are you staring at me?
Excuse me.
I'm staring out there. I don't want to say anything.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do this. Okay? I'm going to remind everyone, including not only people in the audience, but also specifically the parties, the attorneys as professionals, and Mr. Pino. We won't, okay? I'm going to remind everyone, including not only people in the audience, but also specifically.
To me, why are you staring at me?
Excuse me.
I'm staring out there. I don't want to say anything.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do this. Okay? I'm going to remind everyone, including not only people in the audience, but also specifically the parties, the attorneys as professionals, and Mr. Pino. We won't have this. No conversations back and forth. And I'll remind counsel again, please, make sure it's understood by Mr. Pino, because I'm not going to speak to Mr. Pino directly unless, of course, counsel has no issue with that. But I did not hear anything, but I'm reminding everyone that even gestures are inappropriate. So with any witness and with anyone in the courtroom. So not only verbal, but any kind of gestures from anyone in this courtroom that could potentially be seen by the jury. And again, that includes Mr. Pino, that includes me, frankly. Okay. That the jury could see or hear is improper. So, please, again, I did not hear anything and I did not see anything. So I'm just going to give everyone, counsel, I'm going to speak to you. May I say something to your client?
Of course.
All right. Mr. Pino, I'm
Yes,
going to
sir.
remind you to please maintain composure and please no statements or whispering. Again, I didn't hear anything, and please refrain. I haven't seen anything from any kind of gestures or anything that could potentially be seen by the jury. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank
For the
you very
record,
much. Thank you.
I haven't done any of it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all we need to do. And I think with that,
Your Honor, what are you looking at? What are you waiting for? Oh, that's Scream. Sorry, my bad. Oh gosh. I don't know what that means, y'all. Does that mean that do you think the prosecution team like feel like they're not making their cases that good? That she that frustrated, or do you think that she just really disappointed in everything that happened? And he like, Your Honor, I'm gonna give you your money afterward. I am not doing that 1 day in jail. Okay. Okay. And if you didn't know, now you know. Oh man. So I think he's like facing up to 15 years. So we should be coming to closer to trial. You say you would have thought that would have happened earlier? Wait a minute. Wait, I thought that would have happened earlier. I've only been watching this stream and saw it happen. She just didn't have enough of him. She must hear it. And she didn't have enough. And she just didn't want to directly say it. You don't doubt he was staring her down? Yeah. Yeah. I hope, and what makes me mad is the judge be like, well, I didn't hear anything, but he is right there by the jurors. Like he might as well be in the jurors' lab. I don't know why they put him like that. Cause before he was in between his attorney. See, I don't know what kind of game they playing. It's all about strategy. Where you sitting, how you sitting, what you doing, how you doing it. Like, the first day when he was, he couldn't get through opening statements, doing his ugly cry with no tears. They had him in between his attorneys. Then the next day, they kind of had him near the lady attorney where I thought she was going to start rubbing his back and stuff, making sure he was getting his massage while he was in the courtroom. He entitled to these things. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a foot massager. He get his back rubbed. I don't know. I don't know what that type of lifestyle gives to you. But what I will say is that he definitely getting some treatment up in there. It's just really, 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 really. You can tell the difference. You can tell the difference. You can definitely tell the difference. Yes, I'll clip it. I had already started working on the clip. Somebody had I had seen it earlier. I think I was like on Court TV's website trying to look up something and I seen it. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm so sick of him. I'm sick of him too and all his faces. I don't think they should have him next to the jury. I think he should be, maybe over in between. I don't know. I don't want him right there by the jury. But he's definitely over there by the jury. I want to see right here. I was trying to get a look and see who was in the courtroom behind her. Oh, okay, good. I see Lucy's dad in there. He not as red as he was. I mean, I'll tell you, the first day of trial on Monday, he was so damn burnt red. He was the color of this. He was so red. I was like, oh my gosh. I don't know if he about to, I know he got a lot of stuff going on because this, his daughter did pass away. And unfortunately, it's by a family friend. No matter how we want to spend it, it's a family friend. So everybody in this courtroom is like totally devastated about everything. But gosh, he was so red. I was like, I don't know what is going on. Like, oh my goodness, get that man some water, put him in an ice bath, do something so he can cool his temperature down on his face because he like fire engine dang on red. But he did better than I would ever do. Understand? So it's crazy, crazy work. Nah, I don't think they could do premeditation in here. Nah, I don't think that could work. Yeah, because remember, his daughter and his wife was on the boat. I just don't think that. I think that he just made a stupid decision. They was partying, boy. They was like, Uptown Girl. I was like, oh, they having the time of their life. I ain't mad at it. And you got some adults that's gonna let you drink. Party, party, party. Ain't no stopping us. We getting it in. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We doing all this stuff. We play. What they play earlier? Pickleball. I don't even know what that is, but they play pickleball. You can tell the different dynamics. I don't know what that is. They got on the boat. They went to mass, and then they got on this boat, and they got drunk to the mug. You know, and he was hitting them corners. You know. I don't know why he got, all you got to do is listen to my boy Pinky. And next Friday when he said, don't be hitting them corners that motherfucking hard. Make me spill my yak. Like, and then he could have did the boat a little better. Oh, yes. Oh, they was doing it. And they was having, and no reason why they shouldn't been having a very, very good time. No reason why. I'm not saying that, but even if they're having a good old time, we gotta have some responsible parents watching out for us. We need a designated driver. Boat? I mean, really, boat? Really? Don't nobody know how to take care of no boat? Like, I could be on somebody's yacht, you know. I've not been on anybody's yacht, but you know that when that day comes and I'm on the yacht and somebody driving the boat, I need them to be all the way sober because I don't know how to drive a boat. That's what I got you here for, boo. Sure, he hitting them corners all hard like, no, make me spill my yak back here. What's up with that? Don't you be hitting them damn corners that hard. Oh, man. I know, right? Because all of them thought that he was okay. But he is something else, boy, oh boy, oh boy. You say snatch the bacon. Yeah, he is something else. But I'm glad that the dad, he looked like he didn't calm down a couple notches as far as his temperature in his face. Because I was like, God, he looked like he is boiling. Woo. 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 So we are caught up on all our trials. Ha. Did y'all know it? Did y'all even see it? Y'all see how we played that game? Played that game to a T. The good thing that we had is that in our military trial earlier, they didn't have court today. So it kind of saved us. So I knew I can catch us up before the weekend. So that was awesome. And besides, they didn't have full 8-hour days. They only had 4-hour days. So just so everybody knows, tomorrow we are going to be having a panel chat. If you want to join the panel, you are more than welcome. We are going to be discussing any and all things in regards to the Carmelo Anthony trial, after effects, different shocks, your points and views. If you need to just say something to get it off your chest, as long as you do it respectfully. If you're trying to understand something, even from somebody's perspective, you know, we are all family here and we can disagree to agree and we can agree and not agree. We won't let trolls come in here, right? That won't work. We won't let people that's going to come in here and be disrespectful. But I do feel like me, myself, like I'm struggling with a lot of different things around this. So I just want to kind of hear you guys' opinion, and I want it to be an open forum. Even if you don't want to come up, you can be on camera or not on camera. I'm only will do not on camera for people that are regulars here. If you are not a regular here, you will not be able to come up and not be on camera because I don't want any flashes and I don't want any trolls and I don't want nobody be trying to do just anything just to be doing anything. So definitely want to let you guys know about that. We would be doing that. I'm trying to get the thumbnail together. We'll probably be doing that between 10 and 11, but I'll put it over there in Crime Club once I get it done. For those that have not joined Crime Club, I am going to drop the Discord link so you can definitely join Crime Club. Remember, Crime Club is just like Fight Club. What goes on with Crime Club stays in Crime Club unless Sweet Pea catches you sleeping over there. Then I'm going to tell everybody. So there it is. You say your dog perked up Gabber when they heard bacon. Where's the bacon? So here's the link to Discord if you want to go join. I'm not sure what's on the schedule for tonight, as far as movies and things like that. That's film department. And I think Marilda does her takeover whenever she does her takeover. She does her takeover in the morning. She probably sleep right now, but. Yes, I hope you guys will take a couple hours. We'll probably do it for like maybe an hour, hour and a half tomorrow. And like I said, we're just trying to understand and process this. Like, but I won't go into today. I'll save it for tomorrow, and we'll kind of talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Now, with that being said, I want to say thank you to the mods, to the chat, to all the new subscribers. I know Pretty Brown was making them turn green earlier. I'm almost sure in our other thing I seen Drunky turning people green. I truly appreciate y'all. I know that we were in a stream where I could like talk into. That's the one thing about these streams when I be running those streams like we did this morning. I can't talk to you guys, and so I can't stop when I see something. So it kind of make it really hard. But I mean, sometimes I just have to do it that way in order for us to be able to watch together and us to get through it without a whole bunch of commentary, because sometimes we may not ever get through nothing if y'all get me on this microphone talking. So yeah, if you have any thoughts or questions or anything you want to ask me in regards to my opinion on it, definitely think about it. Either from the Carmelo side or the Austin Metcalf side. If you want to hear my opinion on it, I'm whether you want to hear my opinion, and I'm probably about to give it to you. But yeah, there's that. And remember, it's just my opinion. Shit, I'm here for shit and giggles. So I mean, it's just my opinion. That's all. No harm, no foul. I ain't out here doing nothing. I'm not out here stealing your damn outfit for the Ed Sheeran concert. Oh gosh, that's what I'm about to go do. I'm about to go try to figure out. I'm about to go to the mall and see if I can find me something to wear. Yeah, I dropped the link just in case for the Discord. Yeah, the concert not till tomorrow night. So like I said, we'll stream this earlier, about an hour and a half. But yeah, the detective, they did email me back, not the detective, but the police, they did email me back, and they did say that that they received my video. I know, and my husband like, yeah, I should put on my Timberlands and go stomp his ass out. That's the text message I just got. Like, no, because that is not worth it to me, and I don't want anybody retaliating against him or us. I got kids. I don't want, some stuff just not worth it, So I'm just gonna have to wash it up and reorder my outfit, and we may have to wear that somewhere else, but it is what it is. He's like, go get my outfit shit. I'm cool. I didn't call the cops now, so I ain't gonna. It's evidence. It's evidence. I am sacrificing for a greater good, because if it stops all the thievery, because I'm pretty sure, I bet you he run around here stealing. They even said over here, and we not like in a bad neighborhood, but I was looking on my Ring camera and I seen on alert saying there were, it was a lady that was riding around behind the UPS people. And when she would see the UPS people drop the shit off at your door, she would get out her car and come pick it right on up. Yeah. What? I can't deal. They don't care. They don't have no chill at all. No chill. They don't even care. I'm like, at least, if I even had the means to, the thought process to take something from somebody else, I need to know what I'm taking. Like, it need to be worth my time. But, my neighbor, it was her laundry detergent. I know it was her laundry detergent because she had it redelivered today from Walmart. And she was like, can you please get my laundry detergent before he goes steal it again? I said, he won't probably steal it today because you already got them together yesterday. So he might not need to steal it today. But I went over there. I had the kids go over there and grab it. What is that? You'll be in jail. I don't know. I just don't be going. I'm like real easy going. I'm so easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And it's so crazy because they be like speaking to me and stuff. And he be like, hey, how you doing? I be like, yeah, can't complain, just chopping it up. So when I found out last night, I was like mind blown. Like, I would have never thought it was them. Never. Even though we don't do all of that stuff, but I would have just never thought it was them. But it is what it is. Girl, I ain't got nothing. Shit. Look, I don't know what they just said. I ain't got shit. I ain't got shit. A roof on my head and maybe some groceries every now and then. Huh? You know they jealous. They ain't be jealous. I think they just thieves. They stealing from everybody and they probably selling the stuff to make $1. But I do work hard for my money. At least I think I work hard for my money. Out here on these YouTube streets, and I be tricking and trying to get some money from YouTube. I'll be working hard. I'll be working real hard. I can't have nobody stealing my little outfit that I waited a whole month for. Dirty bastards. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll put our outro song on. I will be up in here tomorrow. We'll have our panel / discussion, or you can just hear me do my rant about it. Either way, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging with me today. We've been together all day, even through my trials and tribulations. Woo. But I got to get to them all. All right, guys.
When Sweet Pea taps in, the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. keeps us trending, replay queen, holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready till he burns the fat queen. Receipts on tap, Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvy, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To Sweet Pea in the mouth and the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more. When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars